We first welcome our first speaker, Melanie. She's a senior product designer at Docker, and she loves solving problems and building a simplified interface over complex system. With that, we head with our first event for the day. Welcome,
Thank you so
Melanie.
much. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. All right, you have to just bear with me because I have some allergies going on, but yeah. All right, so it's going to be interesting today because I actually have a design background. I coded long ago, so it should be. I hope you can take away something from this talk. But I'm going to be talking a little bit about developer experience, just share my experiences with you, and hopefully there's some good takeaways from it. So like Sarika introduced me, so I'm a staff product designer at Docker. I'm currently based in Berlin, but I was born and raised in Bangalore. All of my family is in Bangalore. So I come to Bangalore at least once a year pre-COVID times, and after a long time I'm coming back again. And I currently work on Docker extensions, and I don't know how many of you have heard of Docker extensions, but we'll talk about this a little bit later as well. So like I said, today we'll be talking a little bit about what is developer experience and what are the opportunity areas in this space. So over the years, I've got to work in different sectors, right? There's so much of change happening in all of these sectors. For instance, in the education sector, when I was working, we were building this adaptive learning platform, which was like use like machine learning algorithms to kind of customize content for students based on their learning interest, based on their understanding levels and things like that. So while working in this industry, one of the questions that we were trying to solve for was what if online course content could be customized as per students' interest and understanding level? And then I started working in the political sciences domain, right? And here we were working on a concept called direct democracy. So with all of this wonderful technology coming into place, we were thinking of a concept rather than electing certain folks to then create policies for us that are implemented in cities. Why not citizens and municipalities work together in order to create these proposals and for the betterment of your city, right? So the question that we were trying to solve here is, what if municipalities and citizens came together to actively work on proposals for the betterment of the city? And then I worked in the automotive industry for a while. So before I joined Docker, I was working at Mercedes. And at Mercedes, we were working on an app which was to do the servicing of your car. So here the question we were trying to solve for is, what if the maintenance needs of your car are seamlessly synced with dealerships? Which means that if your car tells you, hey, a service is coming up, you need to take it for service, then the dealership automatically gets this information, and then it shows up in your app, and everything goes smoothly after that. So my favorite part about design is, and with all of this technology, is that I get to work on all of these new domains, right? Which means that I get to learn a lot about all of these new domains. With every domain came a bunch of new technology. Like with adaptive learning, there's a lot of like machine learning involved. With the automotive industry, it's a lot about connecting all of these heterogeneous legacy systems and trying to convert it into like modern technology. So this is really fascinating to me. And then we have these new type of users to understand as well. So not sure how many of you are familiar with what designers do, but designers, their core job is to understand the user's needs and then translate it into product ideas, right? So with every domain, the new type of users to do. So it's really interesting to me, at least, because there's always something new to learn with design. And this is to do with technology, right? So over the years, the evolution of technology, I love this graphic. I think I got it from Forbes, which talks about how technologies evolved from 1960 to 2010, which isn't a very long period. So 1960s, it was like, we are babies kind of a thing. It has very little impact, and people are really curious. And then the 1970s, we had like these huge mainframe computers. I remember my dad telling me, like, they had to remove their shoes in order to go to a computer room, and then these computers that occupied rooms, basically. And then in the 1980s, it started getting a little bit more mainstream, right? Like, when I was younger, we used to like rent these computers over the holidays and planes and stuff like that. 1990s, it started becoming a little bit more ubiquitous. You could see technology everywhere. And then by 2000, it started like picking up, and now can't imagine a world where we live without any of these devices and any kind of technology. So it's interesting to see how from where we started and how what an integral part of our lives it's become in such a short span from 1960 to 2010. The funny thing is that when I started, so my dad is a software consultant, and when I started coding, so I learned coding in basic programming, and this is one of the first things we did. I don't have a screenshot from the actual thing I did, but I just picked this up from somewhere. So we built this game called Battleship in like basic programming, which is why I'm all the more fascinated because I've lived through this era where we used to use like floppy disks and things like that, and look at where we are now. With this, what has also come is this exponential growth in websites and apps, right? So this graph basically shows that in 1992, there were like 10 websites online, and currently there are about 2 billion websites. There's also an interesting stat here which talks about that when Google came into picture, there were about 2 billion websites. So how do we keep up with this kind of pace of technology, which is an interesting problem to solve from a design perspective as well. And then in the future, if you look at it, there's so many other things coming up. I'm looking forward to what's going to happen with this whole talk around Web3. So, what's going to happen with the metaverse? What's going to happen with, let's say, blockchain? Not specifically crypto as such, but general blockchain technology. I think is going to have a lot of impact on our society. And then with driving, for instance, because I worked in the automotive industry for a while, there's so much of change happening there as well. Things like autonomous driving, how is this going to take over? How is this going to change our society?
She's not wearing anything. Yeah, she's wearing. Give this one.
With things changing so rapidly. Like I said, when I started my career in 2006, I started off as a. It's not working. So when I started my career in 2006, I started off as a software developer. And then we were working on things like C, C++, Visual Basic. I don't know how many of you have heard of these things as well. But now when I got back into the space, I don't recognize the tools and frameworks that are currently exist. So it's crazy to think of how developers keep up with all of this new technology, of all of these new tools. And I think Jean Yang, who's also a software developer, sums this up nicely. She says that the new wave of tools has helped developers build bigger, better systems and also build them faster. It turns out that developers are now spending their time worrying about an unintended consequence, which is how exactly are they supposed to manage and coordinate these fast moving, heterogeneous systems and free themselves up to build. So, if at all we want great technology and great products in the future, we don't want developers to be spending their time in figuring out how to use a new tool or how to learn a new framework. What we want them to do is build good products. So where can design play a role in all of this? Where can other folks play a role in creating a better experience for developers? So this is where developer experience comes into play. So how do we create a better experience for developers? And I'll talk about what developer experience is. Okay, before we go into this, I don't know how many of you have access to the internet right now. Probably either Wi-Fi on your phones. But I would love to know, just from your perspective, what would you say your biggest pain point is when it comes to dev tooling today? You don't have to name specific tools. You can just scan this code, or if you go to slido.com and enter this, yeah, your answer should pop up here. But I would just love to know, like, what is it that you find difficult when it comes to dev tooling? Hopefully this works. Yeah, okay, it says participants are typing. Technology. Okay, we have our first one in which says designing the technology. Exactly. Yeah, these are really good ones. So tool fitting into other set of tools. How do we make all of these tools work with one another? Upgrading of tools. Yeah, documentation is an interesting one in the dev tool space that I feel that it's a given that dev tools need a lot of documentation. Cross-platform compatibility, very much so. I guess Docker helps in a certain extent there. Overlap of tools. Yeah, which one do you pick? Which sort of goes back to this initial point, right? Deciding the technology and deciding the tools that you want to use. So a lot of these tools probably do a lot of similar things. Which one do you pick? Choosing a tool to solve a client issue. Yeah, exactly. So this is exactly what we are also looking at Docker. So some of the things that we're trying to do is also solve this idea of having to use like these multiple tools. Uh, Cross-platform compatibility is also a good problem for Docker as well. Okay. Oh, convincing your manager, yes. That's a different skill set altogether. So tool management, as you can see, is a really huge issue, right? Like same tool, different abstraction. Yeah, that's also a good one. Now, on the other hand, I would love to know, so what are the most delightful aspects of dev tooling today? So what do you like about the tools that you use today? Again, you don't have to name specific tools necessarily if you don't want to, but I would love to know what is it that you like about it? Oh, that's great. Considering it's a Docker meetup, it's great to see that containers. It's nice. Standardization is a tricky one because every time you come up with the standard, I feel with new technology and things like that, it changes way too quickly to standardize things. New tools and ecosystem support, single file, all configuration. Yeah, willing to adapt. Yeah, there is, I think, some joy to take into like exploring new technology every day as well. I think it's nice to learn new things, as long as it's not taking away time from what you actually want to do. And being platform agnostic. Open source technology and community support. Yes. Okay, great. I'll move on and I'll tie back into our answers from today. I see. Yes, GitHub is a good tool for sure. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about the role of design in all of this, right? Also tie into some of the answers that you were talking about. But before that, since I'm talking to developers, maybe I'll give you a little bit of insight to what designers do, because there is some misunderstanding of what designers do generally. So the term user experience design is not a very old term. So it was kind of introduced only in the 1990s, right? Whereas if you look at programming, I think the first programming language was by Ada Lovelace in like 1843 or something like that. So which means that design itself as a career path has been quite a new introduction. So design is trying to always play a little bit of catch up to like technology, and we still haven't reached a stage where everyone has a good understanding of what designers do, of what design is. So it's just a little bit of history of like where design started. It was developed by it was introduced by Donald Norman, who was working at Apple, and he came up with this term as user experience design. Now, if you've been to any presentation of a designer, they've probably shown you this graphic, which talks about what we do as design, right? Because design is almost always conceived as this, perceived as this thing where we come, make things pretty, and then we hand it over to developers to implement. But there's a lot more that we do as designers. Like I was mentioning earlier, we think about these bigger problems and try to come up with ideas and solutions in order to solve it. And the way we get to it is by doing a ton of user research. So trying to understand what are the actual problems users are facing, and then come up with some concepts, and then come up with like screen flows, wireframes, etc. And ultimately we come up with like visual design. But visual design is such a small, it's not necessarily a small part, but it is just one part of what we do as designers. So it is not about just making things look good, but it's about trying to find the best solution for to the problem by closely speaking to our users, for example. So the official definition of user experience design is that it is user experience is the holistic journey users traverse as they use a product. Not only does it include their direct interactions with the product, but also how it fits in their overall task completion process. So the famous example that people always use is Apple, right? So Apple does not start that design process with just the products that we use. They start that design process from right from how they sell it in their stores, how they train their employees in the stores, then how their products are built, be it the hardware, the software, but also how their servicing is done. So when you think about products like open source products like Docker, it's not just about the product like Docker Desktop or Docker CLI or Docker Hub. It's also about encouraging the community, right? Which is why all of these meetups are held as well. It's also about focusing and about not only encouraging, but also ensuring we are listening to the community and the product reflects the community's needs, for example. So it's just not about like sitting and designing these products in a silo. So developer experience. So to me, the word developer experience, I didn't know that there was a word developer experience, because when I look at any product, it's any user of a product is user experience to me. But there is a term called developer experience, which is inspired by user experience practice, and it sees developers as a special case of users. So developer experience design is the practice of understanding how developers get their work done and optimizing that experience. So which means that as designers, I think there are not too many designers in this space currently, but it's probably one of the best parts about it is there's so much opportunity for good design as well. So essentially what it means is that we as designers are trying to understand developers' needs, which is challenging if you don't have too much of a technical background, and then trying to build better products for developers. Now, with developer experience, I don't believe that it's only designers who need to play a role in it. Over the years, I've also seen like the DevOps role starting to play a very significant role, right? More and more you go with all of these tools, all of this technology, you see a lot of folks also getting into the DevOps space who tend to manage all of this. So, some of the biggest challenges like I've come across so far. So I haven't been working at Docker for too long. I've been working since October last year. So the whole dev tool space is very new to me, and I'm trying to understand what the challenges in this space are. So some of the biggest challenges that I've at least come across, and I've sourced it from this developer media, is that one, like we spoke about, so getting started with new tools, managers, and build and deploy processes. The second one, wrapping your head around a new way of completing old familiar tasks. Third one, potentially learning new languages in order to use new tech. Fifth, having to constantly refer to docs instead of having it all in your head. So the sixth one says understanding what functionality is and it's not available to you. And the sixth one is like learning new design patterns. Seventh one is like finding time to practice. Now, if you look at a lot of these challenges, I genuinely believe that design can play a huge role in helping solve some of these problems to a certain extent, at least, right? In order to, for instance, finding a new way to complete old and familiar tasks, I think with good user-friendly developer tools, this can really help. Potentially learning new languages. I think the onboarding of developer tools isn't the best necessarily. I think they can definitely do a better job, and design can play a role in this. Constantly having to refer to docs. This is also an interesting thing I've seen with developer tools, that the documentation, I think the documentation is a lot more vast than other products, but I don't see as much contextual help within developer tools as much as I would imagine it would be. So understanding what functionality is not available to you and is available to you is also something design can solve. And of course, learning new design patterns is in our forte as well. Now, some of the design challenges we have in the space is, how do we design for all these different types of developers, right? So how do we design for front-end developers, back-end developers, full-stack developers, experienced developers, not experienced developers, but also all the possible number of use cases. So how do we come up with good solutions that work for all of these different types of developers and type of use cases? But it is an interesting problem to have again. It seems quite challenging and intimidating, but nevertheless. So when you look at a normal product, so any product I worked on until I reached this DevTools space, it's quite a linear flow. You look at, I don't know, e-commerce product. You look at Amazon, for instance. It's still a very, very linear flow. Or you look at anything to do with your education sector. It's again a very linear flow. Whereas with the dev tool, it's a very chaotic flow because there's so many things that are happening simultaneously. So how can we build a good design for it is one of the challenges that we're looking into, but also all the different contexts. For instance, there's an immediate context. Let's say you're just debugging something. There's an intermediate context where you're working at an app level. You're seeing what microservices are connected to this app, etc., and what data is coming in, what's going on. And then there's like a larger scope, like the OS scope or beyond, or maybe you're deploying something to your Kubernetes cluster. So there are also these different contexts that we need to think about when it comes to the dev tool space. Okay, design and Docker. Now, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my experience so far at Docker. So, Docker comes out as one of the more popular tools, right? When Stack Overflow survey. So this was news to me. So I was very familiar with Git, like ever since I was a developer back in time. But Docker, Kubernetes, and all of these things were quite new to me. So Docker seems to come up as like one of the favorite tools. So when I got into the space, one of the things that I try to do is, what is it that people like about this tool, and why is this tool so popular? And at Docker, when I joined the company, basically, if you look at Docker's values, one of their core values is developer obsession, which means that they're constantly trying to understand the needs of the developer. They seek their feedback and then accordingly try to build products. And this, to me, says a lot about a company in the dev tool space. Anyway, so now I'm going to talk to you a little bit about Docker extensions and tie it all in. So I guess I just have a question as to how many of you have heard of Docker extensions and how many of you have tried it. You can just raise your hand. Okay. Okay, by the end of this talk, I'm hoping that I can get more of you to try this. But so the first thing I started working on when I joined Docker was Docker extensions. At this point, there were absolutely no extensions, right? So the brief was, we want to introduce extensions. How do we go about it? So the first thing I did when I joined as a designer is I started asking the stakeholders, for instance, everyone involved in making this decision within the company, as to why does Docker want to build extensions? What do we want to achieve with building extensions? Now, some of the things when I asked you about the pain points, you mentioned were that understanding all of these different tools, right? Like, and keeping up with these different tools. So developers work in really complex environments and use multiple tools for different tasks. So why not bring it to one place? Again, the things that you mentioned that you like are things like standardization. So you don't have to learn new design patterns. You don't have to open like 10 windows to work on different things. So we aim to do something like this with Docker extensions and create like consistent experiences across these and introduce the right level of abstraction. So this is also, as I understand, a problem with dev tooling, to make sure that we don't try to abstract things too much and try to figure out what the right balance is. Now, what is the value that the second question I asked is, so what is the value that value add extensions currently build and bring in other products? So the concept of extensions and plugins are not new at all, right? So many other products use extensions and plugins. So the second thing I started doing is trying to benchmark as to what other products use extensions, how they're using it, what works well for them, what does not work well for them. So did a little bit of a competitor study and tried to understand a little bit more of extensions and what we would want to do with extensions within Docker. Okay, the third question I asked is, what extensions would developers like to see as part of Docker Desktop? Now, there are so many tools out there. So, what is it that we would like to see, which would make sense to introduce as part of Docker Desktop? So, in order to do this, as a designer, we did a bunch of like user interviews. We spoke to a lot of developers, experienced developers, not so experienced developers, and asked them what their favorite tools are and why they use it, what they like about this tool, what they dislike about this tool. And then we tried to come up with a set of tools which we thought would make sense to introduce with the initial version of Docker Desktop. So Docker extensions is currently in its beta format. And the next thing was, how can our extension partners deliver the best possible experience to developers? So in this, my role was essentially working as a consultant to partners to help improve their UX, and so that you have like the best possible experience with extensions within Docker Desktop. So going back to the what if questions, right? So when I work in each sector, I try to think about these what if questions. It helps me frame the problem well and accordingly come up with solutions. So at Docker, the what if question that I kind of framed was, what if developers, this is specific to extensions by the way, what if developers could access all their favorite tools through one interface through a seamless experience? Because this is one of the problems in this tool space, is there's too many, you don't know what to choose, and the experience is inconsistent across these different tools. So maybe these could be the problems that we try to solve with Docker extensions. So we just introduced Docker extensions at DockerCon, which happened in May. And so far, it seems to be good. Users seem to like all the extensions in the marketplace. And we want to introduce more and more of these extensions, right, as we go on and introduce more tools that developers would find interesting. So with extensions, the next things that we're working on is improved discoverability of extensions, which means that how can we help users determine which extensions would be useful to them? How best can we help personalize your extension experience? So if you're using this, and this technology, how best can we tell you that these extensions could be useful to you? Supporting the community in building extensions. So like I was saying, user experience is not just about like designing these screens and putting it out there, right? We also want to figure out how we can engage the community to build extensions, and also understanding what extensions would be a useful part of Docker Desktop. So we don't want to just introduce any and every tool. We want to make sure that it makes sense to have it within Docker Desktop. Okay, so my next question to you is that if at all you would like to see an extension in Docker Desktop, what would it be? So any kind of tool that you would like to see as part of Docker Desktop, I would love to know. Or anything that you feel is missing in Docker Desktop or Docker CLI that you would like to just see. Need not be an extension. Yes, we did release Lens recently. Okay, build tools. Can someone tell me a little bit more about build tools? What is it that you would like to see? It's okay if you want to remain anonymous, but if you'd like to tell me more, I'd love to hear about that. APM, okay. Something tells me all of these are topics for today. Yeah, monitoring tools is also an interesting area. I think um, we have some scanning extensions currently. We don't necessarily have some monitoring ones, but I think there's a lot of scope for monitoring tools. Container security tools, yes. Yeah, we have a bunch of scanning tools currently, though. So if you haven't tried extensions, you should try those out. Docker logs. So we have an extension called, which is an internal extension that Docker has built called Logs Explorer, where we have tried to improve our logs experience because currently you can kind of just see the logs of one particular container. So with Logs Explorer, you can see the logs of multiple containers. For example, you have advanced queries that you can do. So I would love for you to test that out. And also, there's a feedback section in each page in Docker Desktop. If you'd like to see additional features, please give us feedback. Database UI management like Redis Insights. Okay, that's an interesting one. Analyze Docker file and ways to optimize this. So we have an extension for this as well called Slim AI, which kind of analyzes your Docker file. So I would recommend testing that out. A better way to push images to the repo with extension. Yes, we have a long way to go with this, right? With building consistency between Docker Hub and Docker Desktop, but it's definitely on our agenda to do this, and we'll get there. Docker Copilot. Okay, I'm not too sure what that one is. Security and scanning, a bunch of them are introduced. Seems like essential for executing into multiple containers as well. Okay, nice. Thank you so much for all the suggestions. So, yeah, it's one of the things I'm also going to do is take in some suggestions for today and take it to my team and see what tools we want to introduce because we have about 15 extensions now, but we're also releasing new extensions every month or as and when extensions come in. And also to let you know, so extensions are not just partner extensions, right? If you are interested in building an extension for Docker Desktop, you're most welcome to. So we have the documentation and if you're familiar with Docker documentation, it's docs.docker.com, and then there is a link for you to like with the extension SDK, and you can also build your own extension if you would like. So yeah, with this has been my experience with Docker. It's been my experience with design and dev tooling, and thank you so much for all your time. I hope there was something useful to you. I know it was very much design oriented, but I hope there were some takeaways. Thank you. Do we have time for Q&A or should we move on to something?
We have a 5 minutes Q&A. If you have some questions, we can just take that before we go on to the next speaker. Anyone can, it's an open forum, like, can ask any question. Anything related to Docker as well, not respective to this.
Not too technical. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. Who's sorry? I can't hear you. Right. So, do you mean like a network? Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so do you mean an improvement to basically how the events are generated in the logs or how the logs themselves are presented? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So the debugging of these events and building the understanding the correlation between these events. Okay. Yeah, that's an interesting one. So we have, like I said, a long way to go when improving the way we show our logs and how we can do this. But I would love to get a lot more details. So we have this feedback form on Docker Desktop, where if you go to Logs Explorer, which is this extension we have for logs, have you tried that by any chance? Yeah. So if you could write your detailed feedback, you would like to see this, this, and this, we will definitely take it into consideration because we're working on improvements with the extensions that we have built anyway. So we'll definitely take that into consideration. Yeah. Right. Yeah. It's a very valid problem. So yeah, we can look into it for sure. I have no idea. So I'm not. I don't have a technical background, so I don't know whether you can. So I know about Docker Compose, but I don't really know whether you can. There's a better way to do it. Sorry. I'm sure Ajit or someone who's more technical will have like a more idea about these things. Uh-huh.
So I'm still trying to understand. So is it because you have different environment and different compose files? Okay. So there was a product called as Docker app. Docker app. Yeah. So in that you can specify different environments. Say for developer environment you have this compose file. Say in a development environment you have to enable the debug. Right? Debug mode is a true. So you can use that kind of solution for that. So for a different environment you have a different compose file, and based on your requirement you can bring up those. So it's like third party. No, no, it is Docker product itself. It is a community. Yeah. I will explain. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, it is like 2 years back. It was again community driven, but again now I would say there are tools. If you look at the Docker, even so that was an idea actually. So have you heard about Docker tools? So the Collabnix community, I'm going to show you the next presentation. Like we have started something called as Docker tools. There are around 60 to 70 tools which you can go ahead and you can get added. And these tools are basically all the different categories and it can help you. As a developer, this is one problem statement which you are saying, right? These tools will help you out. So I will talk about that.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, everyone.
We have our next speaker.
Oh yeah. Sorry.
Go to the swag
Should I
for
know?
each of the speakers. We will be sending the code.
So for each of the speaker, we have some swag, and you'll be getting the code in the Slack channel. So please collect the goodies. Thank you. Thank you, Melanie, for a great presentation. And thank you once again. With that, we go to our next speaker. We have Ajit Singh Raina. I don't think so we need much more introduction to him, but let me introduce him. It's my pleasure to introduce Ajit. He's a Docker captain and Docker community leader, working for Docker from past, 2016 or 2017. We have this channel, and he holds experience of around 15 years. And Collabnix has around, I guess, more than 350 blogs. So you can explore each of the blogs which is in our Collabnix channel. And today we have some of the great announcement and news for the Docker Hub, which Ajit is going to introduce to us. With that, a warm welcome to Ajit. Like this.
Can you guys hear me? My voice is duplicating, right? Okay, let me check. Why it is happening?
You can mute here.
I already muted. It is muted, right? So, okay. Why is there is an echo? I need to press this.
ये भी चार्ज है।
हाँ चार्ज है।
अब तो हो गया उनका, नेक्स्ट स्पीकर को दूंगी। 1 hour only it will come.
Hello. No, no problem. We can do it. No problem. Check. Yeah. Just mute. No, don't worry about it. Check.
Yeah, it's a break. Okay. Did you add your presentation to the Premiere?
Check, 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 check.
So,
What's happening? That it was echoing, right? That's why it was not taking.
His laptop speaker is also on there. This is also on. Echo होगा ना?
we are just turning off this.
नहीं कर रहा है।
क्या वॉइस नहीं आ रहा है क्या?
आ रहा था।
वॉइस आ रहा है, वॉइस तो
फर्स्ट
जाएगा.
वाला आया था ना?
सेकंड वाला
वो it was his own laptop. अरे you
Slack channel.
अजित on laptop off ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು.
Slack dot.
ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಇದೆ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಈ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ ಬೇಕು
Okay, voice ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ. But
ಮೇನ್
account ಒಂದೇ ಇದೆ. ನಿಂದಿದೆ. Change.
ಮೈ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ
ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಒಂದಿದು.
ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹಿಯರ್
ಒಂದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಅದು ಏಕೋ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ.
Once check now. He is presenting, right? Check in your this thing.
okay to share screen share the slide
Come no, we'll do the test.
Oh, why it was echoing the second time.
Check, 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 check. Can you, excuse me, can you just check on the YouTube you're getting the audio? ಇಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ ಇದೆ. Check, 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 check. Oh, it stopped, I guess. Okay, okay. I think you are in a presentation mode.
is there any charging in that charging port
Check no Sangam. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check.
hey same screen don't do multiple screens I have one screen
ನಾವು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇ ಇರೋದು ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್
Huh?
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟರ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ. ಸೊ
ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ನೋಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳ್ಕೊಡೋಕೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ. Speaker notes is for the purpose of speaker notes. Tomorrow, if somebody is taking your presentation, what is the content? What is the outcome of your? ನಾಳೆ presenting this. What is it? Comment it. So that if I am repeating the same slide, ಸೇಲ್ಸ್ ಟೀಮು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
ಓಕೆ ಬಂತು.
ನೀನು ಅದನ್ನ ಸಾಫ್ಟ್ವೇರ್ಗೆಲ್ಲ ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಏನೇನೇ ಮುಗಿಯುತ್ತೆ.
ಯು ಆರ್ ಲೈವ್. ಅದೇ ಲೈವ್ ಇದೀವಿ. ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಆಯ್ತು.
Don't worry about what you remember.
Hello. Aditya and Krishna, right?
Aditya and Karthik.
Karthik.
Let me just, should I write it down?
No, no, I'll remember. No, he send us and then we'll display.
And he's with Morgan Stanley.
Okay. Sorry?
You're the speaker from Honeywell, right?
Yeah, this is the speaker list. Karishma Gupta, she's not here.
Oh, she's not there.
She's not well, so probably she'll be cancelling.
ಆಯ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ತೀಯ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಓಕೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇವಾಗ ಏನಾಗಿ ಬರೋದು ಈ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಶಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ಟು ಸ್ಕ್ರೋಲ್ ದಿಸ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕರ್ಸೋದು ಹೋಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ 4 ಫಿಂಗರ್ಸ್ 4 ಫಿಂಗರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ತುಂಬ ಇತ್ತಾಗ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ
Hello, hello. Hello.
Is it like how to
Off it. Long press. Because of the other one. So Ajit's audio was not there in the hybrid because we are also streaming live, right?
yeah
So his audio was not working there. So only presentation was going.
Hello.
ಕೇಳ್ತಾ
Hello.
To check somebody who's connected on the link.
okay so let me just switch it off for till
applications that we sort of thought would be a good listing. So moving on, moving closer to the topic of the day. So Docker desktop. I just happened to speak to a college student last week. So both of us just graduated out of college. So we happened to visit our college, and everyone started asking us what you guys work on. So we started telling them that we use tools like Docker and Kubernetes at work. So people still have this feeling that, see, Docker is something that's very hard to learn, right? So I think Docker desktop makes it really easy for someone who's just starting or has no idea about Docker itself. So Docker desktop is a GUI version of Docker. It gives you some of the features of Docker CLI, and they've got your basics covered, like Ajit mentioned in his talk. He went on a deep dive of what Docker desktop can do. So as you can see on the screen, right? So you can see all the containers, images, and volumes listed on your local. So that's what Docker desktop looks like, and we also have extensions that has recently come up as part of Docker desktop. So I thought it would be a great idea to take you guys and show a Docker desktop to people who are new to Docker. So this is what Docker desktop looks like when you open it up. So of course, it asks you to sign into your Docker Hub account. That's something that I've already done. Apart from that, on your home screen, you can see this. You can just spin up a container by clicking one of the buttons, just one button, and you'll be good to go. You can also see all the different containers that are present locally on your system. You can also see the images that you've um, pulled from Docker Hub, and with a click of a button, you can just spin up this on a container. So this is very easy, right? So for anyone who's actually learned the CLI version of Docker, something like this saves a lot of time as well. And I think for someone who's just stepped into the world of Docker, I think it's a very nice way to get started. So I thought I will just show an example of how I can just spin up Elasticsearch on my machine, just like that, without much to do from my end. Just a click of this button. Yeah. So Elasticsearch is now running. Of course, this might not be the right way to run Elastic on my local machine, but it's up and running with a click of a button, right? You can also use your Kibana. It can also spin up just like that. Just this button, you click it, copy it, and just run it within a couple of. In less than a minute, you have your Kibana also up and running. So that's what Docker desktop is. It's a very nice place to get started, and it gets things done. And with Docker desktop becoming more powerful with features every day, right? I think it's a very it's going to be a very powerful tool in the days to come. So I think it's up. Yeah. 56. Is that 5601? I can't read it from here. Okay. Just give me a minute. So I go to localhost 5601, and Elastic, the whole Kibana dashboard is ready for you. So I was just trying to show you how powerful Docker can be and how easy it can be to launch applications like Elastic, right? So that's what I wanted to cover. And the next half of this presentation will be done by my friend Aditya. He'll be talking about Docker extensions and Meshery. So thank you guys for being a wonderful audience.
Let me just. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So Docker desktop and Docker extension specifically. Okay, I just missed that. Yeah. So how many of you guys are Iron Man fans here? I guess most of you all. So I would say Docker extension is something like the Hulkbuster armor, and it just extends the capabilities of the Iron Man suit. And then coming to the main Docker extensions itself. So here is one of the Docker extensions which was released along with the Docker extensions as well. So disk usage, it's by the Docker company itself, and it helps you to optimize and clean up your existing disk space, which is used by your objects from Docker desktop. So coming to Meshery, it's an open source software, cloud native thing specifically. So let's consider a service mesh, Istio, for example. It is a way to control different parts of your application and share data with one another. And I would say it acts as an dedicated infrastructure layer, which is built right on top of the app. And it abstracts the service to service communication and abstracts it to a different layer of infrastructure. Meshery's powerful performance management system is accomplished through implementation of service mesh performance, and it leverages service mesh interface as well. And all of this Meshery integrates with open application model. So coming to Meshery Docker extension, Layer 5 is one of the Docker extension partners who developed the Meshery extension. Coming to the Meshery extension specifically, let's say you need to spin up a application and you have a Docker Compose file. You can just import the Docker Compose file using that button and then directly have service mesh management capabilities along with Kubernetes as well. And it can help you to develop and learn deployment strategies such as canary deployments, and of course it can help you for performance testing and behavioral benchmarking as well. Along with that, Meshery's Docker extension can help you to understand observability and to help you to learn the capabilities of service mesh. And along with all of this, it can help you to understand and test applications in a zero trust environment. So okay, let's just go to the demo. So coming to the demo, I'll just create a sample application composed of 4 separate microservices, and which demonstrate Istio's basic features. So if I go to a Docker desktop, we have Meshery here. So I'll just click on login. So it will actually take me to this page when I'll just sign in Twitter. Okay. Now this is the home page once you log into the Meshery Docker extension. And another main feature of Meshery extension is you can enable or deploy a service mesh with the click of a single button. So let's say I want to deploy the linker service mesh, which is by Beyond company. And then if I want to deploy any other as well, like Cilium, Istio, I just click on that button and it will just spin it up. And then I'll just launch the machinery application. Okay, so this is the homepage of the machinery application, and if I just click on this, it will ping for the Kubernetes cluster to confirm if Kubernetes and machinery are connected directly. And if I want to, just before opening this dashboard, I enabled Linkerd, Istio, and Cilium as well. So if I click on them, you can see you'll get a notification like this, which will say it's successfully connected. Now, before all of that, let me just go to designs. Okay. So we have no. Yeah, we'll go to Istio service mesh in lifecycle, and under that, I'll just enable Grafana and Prometheus again with a click of a toggle switch. And okay, that's not supposed to happen. But it is still spinning successfully. Let's click default itself. Okay, and then yeah. Okay, if I just come to, let me just check if the dashboard is running. Okay, nope. So yeah, again, coming to mesh map, it is like a visual designer for your applications. You can drag in and drop different nodes. So let me just upload a design pattern file. So I have a book info application. Okay, now you successfully see this ping that design has been successfully uploaded. And then if you go to this, you can see the various design components. Like you have Kubernetes, and then so yeah, and in this visual designer, you can arrange the nodes in a different manner as well, like star, or let's say if you want to do it in a hierarchical way, like this. So now let me just do like this. Just put it here, then put this here, then let it be here. Now, using edges, I'll just connect them together. Okay. So now from all of that, we'll just directly go to ratings. Now if I do something like this, you can see different arrangements for your design pattern. So yeah, I just come here. And you can also enable different ports. Let's say like you want to do, that was, I don't know why this is not popping up right now. So if I just go back to Stio, okay. Yeah, let me just try pinging Grafana now. Okay, again. That was not supposed to happen. Okay, now it's running. So with the click of a button, I just enabled Grafana and okay, Grafana enabled, but Prometheus gave up. So if I go to metrics, okay. That's let me just do one thing. I'll just go back to here. Okay, Docker desktop is successfully pinged in. If I come to left cycle, Istio. Yeah, here. The operator is executing now. Okay, again, okay, never mind. So yesterday when we were checking it out, everything was running fine, but so yeah, once what happens is when you use Grafana and Prometheus, it just pins. You will be able to see that address of the Grafana server along with Prometheus one as well, and all of it will be viewable in the same dashboard itself. So this is a brief about the Mesheri's Docker extension. So yeah, and if you guys want to try that Mesheri Docker extension out, you can just let me do that. Yeah, you can just scan this QR code and then go to it and download the Mesheri Docker extension. And if you guys want to join the Layfi community and contribute to Mesheri, we're actually looking for new contributors in terms of Golang, React, and all. You can just go to this link and then join the community. So yeah, thank you everyone. Sorry that the Grafana and Prometheus gave up. Yeah.
Do we have any questions?
Yep. I didn't get you. Yeah, it's an organization. We actually maintain and work on Mesheri and the Mesheri Docker extension as well. Thank you.
So next we have our next speaker, Sangam. He's a principal security advocate. Sangam is working as a principal security advocate at Tenable with focus on cyber resilience, and he has also been active community co-author and learn lightweight Kubernetes over the years. He also contributed to Pact publication and also run an independent Cube daily community. So with that, we'll have a quick guide to port security ever on Kubernetes developer, which you need to know. With that, a warm welcome to Sangam.
Okay. Hello. Okay, got it. It's mute only. Hello. I don't know it. It's mute only. Hello. Hmm? No, no. It's echoing. Hello. Mute here. Yeah, mute. Okay, leave it. Just drop it. Okay. No need. Fine.
You don't want to stay here.
No, just can you do like just open here and I will share from here slides. Hello. Yeah, now it's look good.
Because you are connected there, that's why.
Yeah, it's my account too.
Okay.
I'm admin. That's why.
For here, you can show some slides now.
No, it's can you just
For
share?
speakers, we have the swag, so please collect your coupon code at the Slack channel.
Can you just share this?
You got right? You have the coupon code. You can check on the Slack channels.
Can you just share this screen maybe, or maybe I will just create. Okay, leave it. Leave it. You don't want stream.
For yours.
Yeah, leave it. Hello everyone. So how many of you use Kubernetes day to day in life? Okay, that's good.
We showed right before this. Okay, I'll redo that again after this.
So my name is Sangam. I work at a Tenable cyber exposure company as a principal security advocate. Also, I write a blog. You can also contribute to it. It's open for all. Also, I'm a Docker community leader, AWS community builder, and I advocate as an advisory board at Dev Network. So today's topic is more around the security part. You may have heard about Docker extensions and a lot of stuff. I'm going to just talk about a little bit security context over here. So if you see cloud native security strategies, 4 C's are very important, 5 strategies. 4 C's means your data center, laptops, whatever, wherever you are running your things. Top of that, you have cluster, Kubernetes clusters. And top of that, you have the containers and then your code. And every phase, security is very important. Maybe it's code, you need to secure your code. Container, you need to have best practices. You need to create a user in your Docker files, maybe. Don't expose your socket files. There are best practices. Even the cluster level, every level need a security. And next thing is that how to make your more kind of strategy when you move forward with the CNCF landscape is growing, more tools are coming in the picture. People are using multi-cloud, people are using so many things like hybrid things. How you can deal with that, how can win into the space is there are like 5 C's. One is share responsibility model for security. Every layer from top physical layer to the top your application, everybody need to understand what is the responsibility. The code and application responsibility of developer, the cloud responsibility is different. So you need to understand the responsibilities. And next thing is cloud on a agnostic security. You need to achieve that in somewhere. Container is good, Kubernetes is good, but how we can everything run as a code, that is infrastructure as a code, right? You can deploy easily as one code, you can create a replicas, make developer life easy. Also, this infrastructure as a code is immutable code. It's kind of declarative syntaxes. We can do scan those things, we can do best practices there. I think infrastructure as a code will make kind of cloud agnostic security. Next thing is ship left. You need to start thinking about security when you start your coding. The first day you code, you need to think about the security. So ship left, you see everything ship left right from now. You maybe need to scan your code, you need to check best practices from the starting, so you cannot expose later. So what happening in DevOps thing, people deploy thing and then they will scan. So better to shift left everything whenever you hit something vulnerability. So this is one of our approach. A defensive depth approach is auto resilience, auto remediation kind of thing, which is, let's say I got a vulnerability or some issue, how that can be auto remediate, or are we doing chaos engineering? Also important. Another thing is supply chain security. Now you have workflows, you have so many things, you are deploying, pipeline is changed, every chain has kind of security threat, you are exposing environment secret, like a lot of things. And one of the thing you come across like log4 shell kind of vulnerabilities. And one of the hard thing in security is that to find are your environment is vulnerable or not, and what resource is, by which resources get affected, that is important. So that's why SBOM CBOM come into picture, that is software bill of material. CBOM is cyber security bill of material. Okay, no, SBOM is different, it's software. Cyber security also kind of vulnerability management risk assessment you do, that is CVE and all those things. And SBOM is, it will give the each resource you have, right? So you can just search it also on Google. Okay, I know a lot of people had the thing on this, but I think both you need to think. Yep, we'll discuss about that. I will come. So today topic, the topic of pod security. How many people are using PSP, which is deprecated? So pod security is one of a new feature, which is a kind of successor of pod security policies. What happened in pod security policies? You need to have kind of role and SAS, but currently, like it didn't have something inbuilt security feature in the Kubernetes, but this is something the SIG group decided to create a admission controller. So from version like kind of in next version release, they are deprecating pod PSP. That's why we need a kind of pod security. So next thing, what is admission control? Now pod security is an admission controller. And if you see now, when you apply kubectl, apply your file, and then it will go to your do authentication, authorization. And there are inbuilt like 30 inbuilt kind of admission controllers. I will show how to find out those. Some of the pre-enabled, some of the not enabled. You need to enable. There are two types of kind of admission control. One is validation and mutation. Mutation is kind of when you make changes. So there are like third party mutation also, and but this pod security controller is a validation controller, and this is very important for the security perspective. You can enforce the kind of OPA, open policy agent, whatever the your security best practices. You can write own policies, and you can add the policy enforcement into the use as a kind of admission controller. There are so many like OPA gatekeeper, one of them. We have the TerraScan validation controller for Kubernetes. We have the 500 policies in the TerraScan. You can check it out if you find useful. Then whatever the database you get, whatever the thing happening, it's stored in etcd, kind of key value based database thing. You will find the full blog around this. I'm going to publish on this. Which one? RBAC. Now ABAC, this is kind of role based. Is kind of ABAC. I will check. I have access base, but this is the workflow that happen, that you just when you create like kubectl apply. So if you are already using the, you want to use separately as an admission controller, this is like separate component. You can just clone this repo, and you can use in, maybe you are using the older version, and if you are using 1.23, you can just configure on the server level, like kind of using kube API also you can use, and you can use as an admission config also. There are multiple ways you can use it. So there are 3 types of standard. If you check the pod security standard, there is a privileged, baseline, and restricted. And every privilege, that means you can it's open. If it's security threats, it run everything unrestrictedly. There is baseline. They decided to divide into 3 parts. You can have the kind of restriction and warning alerts. So what happened is, let's say you have a developer, you define some policy and you added a security context as a true. Let's say you have 3 kind of namespaces. Now you can apply this policy in this pod security admission control using labels. So you can apply label for particular kind of namespace, and whenever you run this pod or try to deploy, it will give you warning or it will give a restricted. So in this case, it will go to this privilege because it's a true. If it's false, it will go to some other place, right? So using namespace level, you can do this kind of stuff. Moving forward, how you can apply, you can create as a namespace also. You can just take this kind of a YML file and create a namespace, and you can add a label. So you can create a 3 namespace. You can kind of try it out, the policies, whatever the pod hitting. But you can apply kind of, let's say you can combine kind of 2 policies also, like restricted and in one namespace itself. You can do that also. So moving forward, now I have something called bad pod, which contain the best practices YML. There is some YML file which named as a good pod, some of the bad pod. So when you scan this using this label, you will get which are the best practices. So I have created a multiple kind of YML files. So you can check that on the killer coda. On the killer coda, you will get free environment. If you have a laptop currently, you want to try it out with me, you can try it out. And I will talk lastly about Terrascan, how can use these policies, predefined policies also. If you go to this link, kind of killer coda /Sangam Biradar, so you'll get 2 labs. You can create a scenarios. Now, if you see here, this is the command line. If I hit on my kind of control pane or whatever node you are running on, so you get this kind of plugins. What is the inbuilt kind of admission control you have? So you see the newest admission control pod security here, right? So you will get the what kind of, if there is any deprecation happen, you can just always check it out. And then you can just create a kind of namespace. So I will create a 2 namespace here. So just copy paste this line of code. You don't need to create a setup. Kubernetes setup is already kind of configured. You can just try it out. So it will create a 2 namespace now for me. Now what I will do is I will just take some kind of Kubernetes file from doc, and I will just run on some namespace. We will see if we get some kind of restriction warning or not. Sorry. So you see the kind of restriction value you get directly. It will not deploy directly. So you need to just specify what kind of. And if you go to the Kubernetes document, it will give you more kind of guideline, what to allow, what not to allow. And this is one of the updated version. I think everybody should take a note because there is a lot of changes happened. And moving to the bad pod, so I created 2 kind of based on the pod security admission control, baseline folder and restricted, which contain lot of practices, you can just go and copy paste and use it. And if you go inside, it will give you kind of one MD file, which kind of give you kind of how to solve problem if you get some kind of vulnerabilities. So you have the remediation guideline here, and then I have created a resource file, which is you can apply this resource file on the Kubernetes namespace with label. So it will tell this is a bad pod, so it will fail. But some of the pod, this is like good pod, it will get deployed without any warning. So this way you can just practice. Don't run this in production environment, these files, whatever I am showing, just for the learning purposes. Another thing why it's so you can just learn kind of here is some kind of scenario I have created. In this case, I have created everything allowed. If let's say you allowing everything as a true, and there is one of a project called bad pod. You can go to the GitHub. So there is one. It's inspired. This is copied actually from that content and updated with new pod security standard. But I think this is very good kind of scenario. You can see what kind of this is kind of lab based environment. You can get access to the your etcd database directly. This means you can anybody can use your secrets. So you can play a little bit, get familiar with like pod security context, how to use. Then if you get some kind of vulnerabilities, then you can apply those specific thing. Now how you can identify those things is very important. Let's say you are writing one Kubernetes file and you don't know it's secure or not first place. Second, you need to add the remediation for that. You need some kind of warning, okay, this is happening. Then you go and find a remediation. Then you apply those security context to your file. This is very important. That's why in Tenable we created something called it's going. So if you go to the Terrascan repo, let me check what happening. I think my magic keyboard is so this is a Terrascan repo, which is kind of scanning tool, static scanning tool. You can scan your Helm charts, you can scan your Kubernetes manifest files. So when you scan this thing, it will check with like open. We have something called open policies. We have written a policies in Rego language, which is by OPA. So you see the lot of policies here. If you see the pod policies, we have created policies here. It will scan against these policies and it will show you the remediation. You scan your YML file, it will show this is a vulnerability you find on this line number. Then you go and add security context. You get some kind of message on your terminal. This is the you can apply the remediation. Then you can just go and apply remediation and scan again. So next time it will not show any security violation. So you can go and deploy. So one more thing. So this is the repo which currently it's in beta version, pod security admission controller. It will hit GA on version 1.25. And this is the good kind of documentation. You can always go and it's official documentation. You can learn about if there is anything changes, and you can apply this for daemon set, cron jobs, replica set. There are like different. It's not just a pod thing. If you are using for other purpose, you can scan those kind of remediation also. And I think Let me share. So this is a kind of admission controller documentation. You can always like go and refer. You can apply labels to the namespace. This kind of you can use, like if you are using 23 version, you can apply those labels. I think that's it. That's it from my side. If you have any questions regarding specific, there is a repo. You can, I think everybody go and check this documentation and scan. Try to scan this YML file. It's not possible for me to go to an each and everything, but it's well documented. Go and scan. You get some kind of vulnerabilities. You try to fix it. I'm gonna write blog around it. It's very lengthy kind of. It is hard to cover kind of all security contexts, but it's good to use that admission controller or any third-party tool to check your vulnerabilities in the starting itself.
Collab next. Ajit have shared one.
This one?
Collab next. He has shared one now. For them to scan and join the Slack channel.
Okay. This scan.
In barcode scanner, he has shared in the Collab next channel.
For me?
In this somewhere he would have shared. Where did he end?
I don't know. Here?
Ajit,
Here.
go down.
Here.
And this one should display there.
So you can scan and join the Collaborinix if you are not joined. Yeah. If you have any questions, I will happy to take. If you want to try something with this any controller, add the node name to the your worker node or control plane, and then try to get a path of your etcd and get all string database from your whatever the etcd cluster. So if you add this thing, it will expose your all the database, etcd database. So don't do that. Anybody have question? It's done.
We have our next speaker, Ashish Tiwari.
Chalo.
So Ashish Tiwari is a senior developer advocate at Elastic. He's having an experience in software and email industry. Currently, he is working as a senior developer at India at Elastic, and he'll walk us through observe your apps using Elastic AVM over the Elastic Stacks containers. A warm welcome to you, Ashish.
Which one? APEC. Aptitude. I'm not getting you. It's okay.
Now you can add him. He's there in StreamYard, right? Press upside.
I need to add this in stream, right? Perfect. Right. Hi all. Hi. I think we took a break, right?
Hungry, I guess. We have lunch.
We have a lunch. I think Ajit has organized. So yeah. Okay, so this is Ashish. I'm a developer advocate, work in Elastic. I take care of community in India. I do meetups, conferences, BBL sessions, and sometimes help with the architect system design like this. So I have been a startup guy. My background started with a software engineer and um, especially in email industry. I was an email engineer.
And after that, I started my startup in the same industry. And in the last December, I joined Elastic as a developer advocate. So this is my a quick overview. So in today's session, we will more going to have a look on how you can run Elastic cluster on a Docker container. Okay, and on top of it, we will try to have a demo on APM, application performance monitoring, which is offering by again the Elastic. So cool. Docker. I think we are talking about today Docker. So let me share my story as well. In my startup, I had some. I used to get some custom requirement from the client, from my users. So if one user they want some this kind of the customization, so we have to establish on the server, and we have to do some customization in the coding like this. And anyone is Perl developer here? Perl. I don't know. It's old school. Okay, so I had some project which I used to write a code in a Perl. And eventually when we moved to starting a server on a DigitalOcean, we that repo has been depreciated. The dependency we used to collect from Perl repository, it's been depreciated. So we got very worried about like abhi kya kare yaar, how to get a client. Things are start getting break. So yeah, that's where Docker came in the picture. So I remember my first project. I thought, yeah, let's put everything on a Docker image and let's run it. At least it will be save our life. Okay. So what we have done, we have installed everything on an image, and we build up one base image. And whenever client come to us, we just you keep using those image, and we have a all environment ready made available. So this is the power of a Docker, right? So you can there is a lots of use case. I think people already talked about how you can use a Docker and like this. So yep. So we have a good Docker desktop also. I think the single click installation, you already have seen the demo, so I won't go in that depth. Okay, and yeah, this is something a Docker. And let's move to Elasticstacks overview. Anyone who know Elasticstacks, Elasticsearch, familiar with Kibana? Yeah, Kibana, Beats, like this. Okay, so Elasticsearch is something which is backed by our Elastic company. It is a search engine, powerful search engine. Some people use as a primary database as well. So whenever you search on any food app, or let's say you want to book ticket something, and you see that search bar in any application in the world, so there is a very heavy chance it's powered by Elasticsearch. So whenever you book the cab from Uber, and you get to know the cab mapping, it is a powered by Elasticsearch. So in a Tinder, when you do swipe left, swipe right, it's a pretty trending app. So that is also powered by Elasticsearch. So yep, we have a different kind of use cases, different kind of user story. You can go and have a look on our Elastic official page, and you can explore, right? You can, it's open and free, so you can just get Elasticsearch on your machine and just spin it, just play around it. So how this solution is let's say possible, this is because of these three stacks. I think of Kibana, Elasticsearch, and the integration. So Kibana is nothing but it is a visualization tool on the top of Elasticsearch. So whatever data you have in Elasticsearch, you can see with the help of Kibana. You can create a charts, dashboards, visualizations, your custom dashboards like this, like this. And in the integration part, we have a Beats, we have a Elastic agents, which you can use as per your requirement. Like if you want to measure system metrics, you can use metric beat, or you want to read from some log file in a real time, I'm file beat. Yep. For monitoring the network, you can use the packet beat. So there is a lots of option available, and use accordingly. So yeah, this is, I think, a quick overview of Elastic Stack. And I think, yeah, Docker Desktop is giving a single click installation of Elasticsearch, which already shown by last to last talk. So I think you can just click on the run, and your Elasticsearch will start. So I think this demo has been done. So I think I'm not going to repeat. Okay. So let's talk about some pain points. I think all folks are techs. So what is your pain point, guys, as a developer, as a DevOps, if I may ask? कुछ पॉइंट नहीं, सब मस्त चल रहा है लाइफ में. अच्छा, okay. Debugging, right? Logging. Oh, and my pain point is I used to get call on weekends here from my manager. अरे फट गया कुछ तो. So cool. Yeah, one of the pain point I have this internal server error. You must have familiar with this page. So if something went wrong, your user used to see this page, and they used to put a ticket. It's showing this, and yep, it's a delay loading, right? So if something has happened, we don't put message, we simply show loader. Some process is going on, and yeah. So I think in such, this is some of the cases where you are not the first person to get to know about this, right? Your client and your user is the first person. And as a tech, you start investigating, right? So you become detective, you do like this, and start performing some command like, okay, checking logs, checking services, is it up or not, or it's killed, checking resources, whether memory is full or hardware is full or disk is full, whatever. This is my favorite. ये लेके ही आता है कहीं से तो it's always find some errors. So, and developer likes me do this. They go, this is the last result. They go and they do echo print every variable, whether we used to get response or not in particular variable, right? So I used to do this and find a time leta hai. It's take a time, but yeah, end of the day you will find it. So you will end up with this by opening multiple screen in your terminal and by logging to your multiple servers, performing the same command on the multiple servers, right? But it's okay if you have to do all this operation on a one server. But what if there is a 50 server or like this? So you cannot perform, right? It's very hard to do manually. This is where APM comes in a picture. It's application performance monitoring call. It's a very general term. It is nothing but it's add a monitoring, or it's a collect the traces from your code bases. So APM is nothing but it's allowed to instrument to your code. So what is the meaning of instrumentation? If I say in a lemon language, like adding a few more code in your existing code base to monitor, right? So once you added that APM in your program or in your code base, it will automatically start collecting the data. Okay, it will start collecting the data, like what kind of the transaction is going, what kind of the queries going, and how much time it's taking. Okay, so yeah. So Elastic APM is come with this functionality. It's provide the APM and how it works. So we have a APM agents for a different kind of language. We have a Node, Java, PHP, most of the famous language we have covered. And you can just hook that particular agent with your code base. So suppose your application written in a Node.js, you can just have that JavaScript client of Elastic APM. You can just hook with your Node.js. Similarly for Java, Go, and like this. And what APM agent does, they collect the all information and it pass to the APM server, like this here at its passing. And APM server used to take all the data from your all the n number of agents, and it push the same data to the Elasticsearch in the formatted way. Okay. Now, once data has been arrived to the Elasticsearch, it's available to visualize from the Kibana. So we will going to have a quick demo on this. I'm going to show you. I have prepared one small Golang app. Any Go developers? Okay. Nothing. It's same. No issue. You can relate with all languages. Okay. So yeah, I have prepared some small application and where I'm going to add this Elastic APM. I will try to show you how this APM, Elastic APM works. Okay, before that, let's get spin Elastic cluster with the help of the Docker Compose. So I have prepared one quick Docker Compose file. This is a one blog I have written. You can just refer this, or we have a Docker Compose official steps also on an official documentation. You can just have it. Look. Okay, so I'm just going to quick copy paste, nothing rocket science. Just okay, already pasted. Okay. So I have a .env file here where I have specified a password, elastic password, Kibana, whatever you want, stack version, cluster name, and which port you want to expose for Elasticsearch, Kibana, like this. And we have a Docker Compose file. So yeah, it does some operation because Elasticsearch come with the pre-built security enabled feature. So it whatever the communication happening between Kibana to Elasticsearch or Elasticsearch to agent, it's happening securely. So it's generating some certificate or kind of this stuff is just take care in this step. And ES01 is our Elasticsearch instance which is running. And there is a APM server, which I have shown in the last slides. And there is a Kibana. So there is a three important container we are going to run: Elasticsearch, Kibana, and APM server. So if we go to here, so here the APM server and Elasticsearch and Kibana, these three container we are going to run with the help of the Docker Compose. So yeah, my Docker Compose is ready. I'm just quickly going to up this. So visible, right? Okay. So let's jump to next slide and till it's pulling the image and spin our container. I think yeah. So how agent work? Agent used to collect the all data. Let's say transactional errors or span. Any third party you are calling, third party API. These kind of the all data is used to collect and push to APM server, and APM server used to push to Elasticsearch. So these are all the languages and a framework in which we have a agent available. So if you are developing any application in one of these language, you can integrate Elastic APM. So yeah, in the demo, I have written 4 services, nothing but the HTTP services. In HTTP service, one is the router service, which will just simply going to route to the particular microservice, and these services is going to call some database query. So let's get started with this. I think yeah. Okay, all containers up. Just let me confirm once. So I can go 5601 where Kibana runs. Yep, it's working, and the password is pass@123. Or this is the same which we have put here. Okay, here we have put Elastic pass@123 and Kibana. So I'm login. So this is a something Kibana dashboard. It's come with more option like enterprise search, observability, security, and analytics. We will talk some other day about these components, and you can explore all these options here as well. So today we are going to focus on this section, observability, and more specifically APM. So I'm going to APM here. So here you need to add the APM integration first. So I'm just going to click Elastic APM. Adding Elastic APM here. Yeah. So you can just fill these information, but I will keep as a default and save and continue. Sorry. Okay. So it will going to take some moments. Uh, till now, any questions, guys? Any questions? Anything? Yeah, so Kibana is just a visualization. I'm going to enable right now I'm enabling the Elastic APM. This is the first step if you are going to integrate the APM. In Kibana only, we are going to visualize each and every transaction. So I'll show you once it's run. All transaction. Yeah, so you have to add in the code. So yeah, now I'm going to add in the code. I'll give you the code this. Yes. Okay, I'll just do this agent later. Now I'm going to again to APM, and now just click on add data. So in add data, just check whether APM server is running. Yeah, it's running. And after that, these are the language and framework in which agents are available. Okay. So if you are developing in PHP and you are using Laravel, so we already having agents for Laravel. You just pull it and start using it, and yeah, it will done. It will start tracking all the transaction happening in a Laravel framework itself. So I'm going to go in Go. You can just go get the Elastic. This is how you can just pull the dependency library. And yeah, these are some of the environment variable we need to set. So I'm just going to paste it in my Z profile. I think, okay, sorry. Okay, so I have pasted and just I'll do the source. Okay, so that the values get reflect. And this is one of the example is given how you can instrument your application. But let's go to our demo first. So in a demo, yeah, here we are. So there were 4 service as I told you here: router, user, projects, task. I have made 4 files: router, projects, task, and users. So let's run one by one. So I'm going to run routers.go. They will run on different port, and it's going to just route the request. Simply I'm going to run users and projects and task. Yep. So all 4 services right now are running. Okay, it's running. So let's make some call. Let's do some API call. So I have prepared API call as well. Just a minute. These are some API call you can just copy paste. So this is the first API call we have made, and we did to the users at the 8000 port. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. It's made it to the users on the port 8000. So here the routers is running on 8000, and it will identify if it is a slash user, it will simply going to forward to the user's microservices. So if we go to the user, we must have got one request here, the same request. Now this has been happened. Let's go on APM dashboard and let's see whether we received some data or not. Yes, we have received this. Yeah, it's a users. Let's go to users. It was a post call internally. It was a dependency, but wait, let me again check. task. Okay. So I think I'm going to call more like projects and like the other call as well. What is happening here? Just a minute. Something problem. Yeah. Okay. And I'm going to simply refresh it. Yeah, we get projects, users, but we are not getting it. So let's go to the projects. And in projects, this is a transaction. In a project service, we did one transaction, that is a post SRV projects. And in transaction as well, we got one query. So my whole transaction have took 1.6 milliseconds. In that particular query has taken 1.3 milliseconds. So this is how you can trace, you can enable trace for your whole code base. You can just monitoring what's happening in your in your applications. And sometime we have to figure out which exact segment is taking time, which exact query. So in such, yeah, so let me give you a look. So here in the routers, I have used this Go Elastic APM module, like APM Gin framework. Gin framework is where you can build a HTTP API. So Elastic is provides some framework based library as well. So if you are using Java, there is a Spring Boot support is available. If you are using PHP there is a Laravel support is available. So I have just pulled that library and I'm using here. So for HTTP like this, Elastic APM HTTP just include and then use in the same way how we are using the actual original library, and it will start instrumenting your code. So this is for framework specific. Let's do let's say you have some custom requirement, and you want to just monitor some segment of code or some line of code. So here is the custom example where I can just start the transaction like this, and I can give any name. This is any name you can give. Request. I can start the span, select star from this. This is also you can give anything, and just done with this. Just close the span and just close the transaction. So just let me run this as well. And let's check whether we received. I have not received it. Something wrong. Yeah, so here I'm using Elastic APM library, and with the APM library, I'm starting this transaction and starting the span. So I think the data should have come here. I don't know. I need to check. Something is wrong. So what happened when you run this? It push the particular transaction to the APM server, and APM server push to Elasticsearch, and you are able to see here that transaction as well. But it's not coming. I don't know why. I need to check. But yeah, there is a custom instrumentation is possible. Okay. So this is how Elastic APM you can use, and yeah, this is what I want to show this demo. So some of the feature is restricted. It is allowed in Elastic Cloud subscription. So in Elastic Cloud, you can see this service map as well. So router, it's going to forward the request to the project service, and project is going to connect with the Redis and MySQL. So you don't need to create, some fancy charts or like this. It will create automatically. The way transactional will happening, the service map will automatically build, and this will give you the bird eye view how your architecture is. So this is possible in Elastic Cloud. Again, it's a paid one, but there is a 14 days trial is available from the Elastic Cloud. You guys can explore. So how distributed tracing is work? It's not like you can track on only one server. If you have n number of server and your transaction is happening from one server to another, or like this, you can trace the whole transaction across your distributed architecture. So how it's happening? It's happening because of trace parent. There is a trace parent ID. It is a unique per transaction. It is a unique ID for every transaction, and it's just get carried forward with the all span. So yeah, this is how Elastic APM works. If you have any doubts about this or anything, you can just post it in this community discussion Slack, and there is a contributor program as well. You can just have a part of it. Yeah, so this is it from my side. This is a official Bangalore chapter. We have group. We used to do a meetups and this, so you can join it, and we will happy to have you. So this is all from my side, guys. So I'm open for question. Yes. Reporting what? Yeah. So this is what here I have shown you, right? Let's go to just a minute. So if I go to projects, so yes. Yeah, you can always go to Discover and have a look. Yes, this is for open source. So which I have given the demo, no, by using Docker container. This is the open source tool. Reporting, yes, that is open. All data can be visualized in Kibana only. So it's open source. HTML report from out of what kind of, like if, okay, you mean a PDF or like this? I'm not sure if you can export this, but because this dashboard is come with some of the calculation which done by Kibana, but you can make your own dashboard as well. Here is the raw data. This is the raw data which is available in the Elasticsearch, and this is the APM dashboard. This comes with some of the calculation of the Kibana. It's performing some aggregation queries or like this. So you can perform those. You can make your own dashboard from this raw data, and you can make it. And from that dashboard, you can export as a PDF report and like this. So I think there is no option where you can directly pull any kind of report like PDF or like this from APM dashboard. You have to build your custom, and from where you can able to pull the reports. No, I think you can just stop. Datadog. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure about Datadog, but you can just try with the Docker Compose like this, this cluster, and don't delete the drivers and volumes like this. Yes, yes, I have mounted the volume as well. So just mount the volume as a persistent storage. Okay. Anyone else, guys? Yeah, we have integration for OpenTelemetry. Just let me show you quickly. Here it is. You can just go through this documentation how you can integrate. You can have it. Wow. Uh, okay. See, APM is very generic thing. It's provided by New Relic. Signos also provide the same, and like this. So yeah, same. You can do the transaction like this. But I think Elastic APM is something built on a top of different stack. Let's say it has a search engine capability as well, search as well, and the APM is one of the solution. We are not what we can say. We are not focusing that. We are good in the search, but APM is one of the solution which is available by Elastic APM. Sorry. Uh-huh. Compared with. Yeah. Yes. So in that's what I shown you trace parent ID. It's a trace parent ID. So it is a unique for each transaction, and in each transaction there is a multiple span and errors you can collect. So yeah, the concept is same. Yes, so transaction is your starting and end point, the thread, and in that particular thread there can be a multiple spans. So span can be you are calling third-party HTTP. Span can be you are making database queries. The multiple hops in particular. So transaction is collection of spans, and your like I have shown you here. Just a minute. Let me show you in slides just for be quick. I know, just 2 minutes. Yeah. So yeah, so this is how the transaction looks like. So you have a products is nothing but something arbitrary name of a transaction, and in that product transaction it's hitting get API call as well. It's hitting another third party API. It's doing multiple queries. So transaction is something parent, and the span you can visualize as a child like this. Yes. So let's say I think I can get back to you. I have an answer, but I think we are running out of time. So please, guys, if you have any question, just let me know after this session. Okay. Yeah. We have a big pack. So thank you, guys. Thanks a lot to have here. Thank you. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, we have our next speaker, Arvind Kumar, is a software engineer. He'll be talking us on using Docker to scan code and securely run shell commands. He's a passionate software engineer.
Come out there to introduce them.
Add him to the stream.
Did you add yours?
No. I don't know what to do.
Sangam, can you help him come on the stream yard?
Okay, I have that link.
Yeah.
I hope they don't go for
Yeah, from.
Is there? Yeah. You can share a PPT here.
Okay.
You can share a full screen.
Okay. From here I have to share.
Yeah, we will add that. So we will stream also, but we'll go.
So where click on share?
Yeah, share.
Share screen. Okay.
Share screen. Share.
You can share entire screen.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hi, everyone. So I'm Arvind. I work in a startup, and it's a stealth startup, so not much information out there. But it's basically like we do a network as a service. You must have heard of everybody uses database as service or compute as service. So this is where we do network as service, where we provide network facilities like for enterprises. Like you join the today you join the guest network on Microsoft, right? So there's somebody who creates all these networks and maintains it. So we have a product that actually does all this, and it's easily manageable from the cloud. So it's all dumb routers, and we give all the configuration. It picks up from the cloud, and it uses IoT, and it's also auto healing and things like that. So if you want to know more, I can definitely tell you. Not much information is present right now on the internet, but it's called Nile Global. You can look it up. I think there's only one page right now, website on this. So today I'll be speaking about running shell commands with Docker. So why should you want to do that, right? So somebody talked about security, right? So consider like you want to run a command, shell command in a secure environment, like in a production environment, and you don't have access to the, you can't write files, you don't have access, write permissions, or you want to share your commands maybe on GitHub or something, but don't want to share the configuration, and you don't want a make file where you have a make step or any setup. So you want everything to be run, integrated with. When you run the shell command, it should also set up automatically and then run. So there's no, you want that sort of process where it's simple to run basically. So that's what I'm aiming at, where we can create a command, shell command, which uses Docker to set up all the configuration, because Docker provides a file system, and we can set up whatever files we write a Docker file, copy all the required files into the Docker container, and create the image and run the image, right? So the command will basically on the fly create a Docker file, and it'll build the image and it'll run. So each time it does this, each time it will create an image and it will run. We want to do it each time because it will pick up the shells. The configurations can change, right? Each time you run it based on the environment variable, it may change. So the file also will change. The configuration file will change. So this needs to be copied each time. Each time your shell command runs, it needs to create the image again each time and copy the the file with the environment variable in it, and then it runs. So we create it each time. So so anyway, so I'll just go to the demo. Hopefully the demo works. Okay. Should I make it bigger? You can see. Okay. So below I have a MySQL running. So to show this, right, I'll introduce a new tool. I don't know, like some people use Python, and so in Python you have Alembic tool for migration, DB migrations. Many people may use Java, like Liquibase or Flyway, whatever, right? So Alembic is another tool that we use for DB migrations. So I'll try to run this Alembic tool first, and then see how we can integrate it and run it within a Docker command. So let me just create a. Okay, so this is an empty folder, and so just to start, it has a init script. Right, so it created. Let me increase the size. So it's created a few files, and so the alembic.ini contains all the variables, the environment variables, and env.py will pick up the variables and create a JDBC URL from it. So if you look at so it has certain variables here defined. So the thing that interests us is this the URL here, right? So we want to It's just having default values right now. So let me change it. So I have a demo user. Password is a password. Localhost is fine. DB name, I have a demo DB. Right, so all the rest can remain the same. Okay. Now if I think I've logged in already to demo database. So there are no tables right now. So let's try to create a simple employee department sort of a schema. So just to create a schema, you need to just run this command, right? Revisions, and then specify any name you can give. So this will just create a file which we need to edit. So right now it doesn't contain anything. So upgrade is what runs when a new revision runs. When you run the migration, it runs the upgrade. When you do a downgrade, it'll revert whatever migration done. So I've already have those. Let me. Let me just copy it because I can't sit and type this. So I have some sample, DDL statements. Okay, so I've just created an employee department table and an employee table, and add some data. And employee has a foreign key relation with the departments, right? So simple. And then downgrade is it'll just drop the tables that have been created. Okay, now to run it. Okay, I think we need to change the the driver name is should be specified here. So it should be MySQL. Let me just check it out. Okay, MySQL, PyMySQL. Okay, let's see if it runs. Okay, it ran. We can see show tables. So it's created 3 tables. One is the Alembic version, which contains your current migration state, and departments and employees, 2 tables. And if you see what is the, let me just switch here and check the data. So it shows there are 3 rows in the employees. There are 3 employees. So let me go back here, right? So now that we have now that this is running, right? Say suppose we want to add a new new column like HOD or whatever, right? So head of department I want to add. So similar process, right? You go here and run the create a new script. So I'll come to the Docker. I mean, I just want to introduce this Alembic, just get a fair understanding of this. So it's created that file. You can just go to that file. Just copy this these things here. So this creates the department. In department, it will create a column called HOD, and it's a foreign key relation to the employee table, because the HOD is also an employee, right? The head of the department. So okay, let me run the revisions. So now if you see, let me. So it's added a HOD column, and E1 employee is the head of engineering department. And if you see, if you want to see who's the HOD, is John, right? So that's the data that we have right now. So all this is fine. So now the thing is, if I want to change my I want to change the DB. I want to connect to a new DB. Like a demo is the DB that I use. So I want to use demo one. So what I need to do is I need to go to the Alembic and go and change here, right? So this is cumbersome. I mean, to go change this file each time, right? So now let me switch to demo one. Show tables. So it's empty right now. So running upgrade heads. So it shows that the departments the tables have been created, right? So we have the required tables here. So now we see that every time we need to go make this change, right? So how can we improve this, right? So let us make an Docker file which takes these parameters, right? So let me create a separate. Okay, fine. Let me create a new. And also I'll copy the existing for Alembic scripts from the previous folder. Okay. So now we have in this folder, right? I just created a Docker demo folder, and it has certain files within it. So it has just hang on. So maybe I'll just move all of this into create a new folder. Just hang on. Okay, yeah, this is fine. So let me come back to this folder. Okay, so now let's create a Docker file. So I'll just copy this for now, but I'll explain what I'm doing. Right, so I'm creating a image. I'm using base image of Alpine. You can use it in Python also, but I need to install certain other libraries, and so that's why I used Alpine. And these are dependencies for Alembic, so that's the only thing. And then I'm also copying, creating a directory inside opt Alembic, and then I'm copying all the files from Alembic folder into opt Alembic, and then I'm setting the work directory. Okay, so now let's run it. Okay, there's no -t. Okay, so it's entered into this fold, into the container. And then if you see the current contents, it has those same contents as Alembic, right? So whatever was there in the previous folder, it's just copied it. So that's what we want. Say now I'll run Alembic from here, right? Alembic and then upgrade heads. So right now I'm in the container. So there is an error that it says that can't connect to MySQL server on local host. So this is because on Mac, any container refers to the host machine as host internal or Docker internal. So we need to change that. So let me go to that particular line. So instead of localhost, Docker. Okay, so now it ran. I mean, we can see that it's, if you want, we can drop the tables and run it and to see that it actually ran. Okay. So now it's deleted it. Let's run it again. So show tables, it's created it. So it's running, right? So this is fine, but still I made a change going into the Docker container, which is not what we want, right? So next step, let's, where is the next step? Okay, now so let's make it a variable. Let's make that the host name as a variable, so we can set it, right. So let me just copy the contents. So I've just copied the contents of the Alembic file, the properties, right, which contains the properties. Delete that file. So now if you see, Alembic doesn't have that file, alembic.ini, which contains that URL, the JDBC URL. And we'll create this file on the fly. So now let me edit the Docker file. So here I'll just add the, so here we are going to create the, add the specific contents, right? So I just copied it, right? So let's say create alembic.ini. Okay. Let me come back to this. Okay, so these are the contents that were there in that file, and so here, so I've just made of all of these variables: the password, the username, the host, and DB port. Everything is set as as variables. So now, how do we add it to the specific, within the Docker file? So this is something called here docs that's newly added in Docker, and so we just set it like this, right? So if you've used Unix here docs, where you can create files on the fly. Similarly, Docker also provides this, and so we need to set the a property which says that this is a experimental property and beta property sort of. So just set this. I think we are done. Let's and yeah, set the end of the file. Okay, so now that it's done, we'll try to run it, and it should add the file automatically, and based on the properties, right? So we have to pass the properties to this. So in order to pass the properties that I've set, so I've passing it through this, right? The Docker build, and I'm passing the host name here as a host Docker internal, and that's what was the problem, and the username and password and other things. And also you see that I've set Docker build kit in the beginning, right? So that's something that's required when you're using here docs. So now let's see that albumic file. So this is what it's created. Okay. However, it's not added the variables. But anyway, we see that it's added it, right? I've deleted it from my folder. It's and it's added through the variables. Okay, let me just. Sorry? Oh, right. Good catch. Okay, let me define the arguments. Yeah, it's come. So thanks for that. So now let's run it and see if it works. So it ran successfully, and so great. So now that we have this, next step is why don't we make it like a command, like a script, shell command out of this, right? So so we don't need to have a Docker file. So this entire Docker file, I mean the Docker file that I created, it can be created on the fly, similar to how I'm creating the Docker, the ini file, alembic.ini file, how I'm creating on the fly. Similarly, I can even create the entire Docker file on the fly, which also creates internally the Alembic file on the fly. So okay. Okay, let's create a. Okay, so I'm creating a new script, and I'll just copy it for now, but I'll explain the contents of it. Okay, so so the first line is just printing the whatever I'm running, right? So second is I'm creating I'm just deleting the image. So each time I want to create the image, right? So I'm deleting it in the first line, and then I'll create it. So next step is the same, right? We ran the with the build kit, and we ran passing the arguments, right? So same thing I'm doing here, but the only difference is when I'm building, I'm also I'm passing the file here. So this is another thing that we can do. We don't need to have a Docker file. We can pass it to build, and it will create it, right? So like you do cat, right? Cat, and we can pass the contents directly in the command line. So similarly, we can pass the contents of the Docker file. So that's what I'm doing here, passing the contents. And you see here, it contains all the whatever we wrote, right? The setting the arguments and the file, right? So only thing we need to take into consideration is we need to escape all the dollars, because this is a shell script, and it'll interpret this as a shell variable, right? But this is not a shell variable. This is a Docker variable. So we need to escape it so that shell doesn't try to interpret the Docker variables. So that's about it. Most of this is the same that we had added it earlier. But other file I've created is some other files are required, right? Along with, we saw there are 4 files initially. when we did alembic dot init in the first time. So these are the other files that I've also added it. So yeah, that's it. The env.py also is there. So that's it. And I've set the entry point here. Entry point is alembic, and it will take the alembic.ini. So this needs to be passed each time so that it picks up the commands, right? So now we can run it, right? So let's try running it here. So now I'm set as localhost DB, right? Okay, so it picked up and it ran the specific this particular thing. So if you change it here, okay, it should have failed actually, this one. Okay, here I've hard coded the values here, DB host, right? So that's why it's passing. But suppose we make it like environment variables. So let me just define an environment variable here. So it failed because it's local host. Like I told, from Docker, you cannot connect to the host machine using local host. We need to specify host Docker internal. So great, it's working. So it's picking up values from. So you're passing it as a parameter to your specific, to the command, right? To the albumic command, and it's picking it up. So similarly, you can write your own shell commands using Docker and pass environment variables as required, right? So if I can specify here different username or host or whatever, so you get the idea. So that's the basic idea behind this. And other than that, you can also we can also make certain changes here, and we can add meaningful defaults. So right now there's no defaults that I've set, but based on different like Mac it takes a host docker internal, like we know, right? So similarly for Linux, it's just localhost. You can connect to your host machine. So you can set a default, based on whatever is the Darwin or Cygwin or whatever is the underlying architecture. You can set default values, and yeah. So the code is available here, albumic Docker. You can go ahead and check it out. Yeah, I'm done. Any questions? Sorry? This is just Mac. Which Docker commands you're saying? Oh, that's mkcdir is just an alias, I think. Let me. Okay, yeah, I think I've added it. It's just like it'll create the folder and cd into it instead of creating and then cding, right, separately. It's just one line. Anything else? Okay.
Okay, thanks, Arvind, for a wonderful talk. And so guys, we'll catch up again at 3. We have 3 more talks. So I know it's only 40 minutes, but we have 3 more talks. So we'll just catch up for lunch. Thank you.
tool in place. It helps us to basically decide how much request and the limits to be set for the containers. And to detect and resolve issues faster, so this can happen in staging or production as well. So using various signals that we see. So,
sorry.
Yep.
There is a change in the link.
Yeah.
Previous one, right? Do you have to share again? Done, right? Okay, so this is about like why monitoring is important. And next we have like, so what to monitor. So if we go in depth, there are a lot of things to monitor, but on surface it's around application metrics, traces, node level metrics that could be like for your physical machine or the virtual machines, container level metrics, and we have pod level metrics in case of Kubernetes. And next we have like around what is observability and about the signals, which Ankit will be explaining.
Thanks, Prashant, from the introduction. How many you guys like to monitor their applications or have been monitoring their applications? Right, almost all. Like it's a basic need, right? So I hope you must have heard about the term APM observability and what constitutes of it. Okay, so I'll dive deeper into it. And with a brief show of hand, I would like to understand how many of you have heard about open telemetry. You have heard about open telemetry. So comparatively, so I'll give you a brief about what open telemetry is and why should we be knowing about that term going forward. So it will be beneficial for you in the longer term. So observability came from the word observe in the control systems, that we should be able to observe or understand our systems. Okay. So having the basic understanding of what is happening internally inside your application's host or different state flows and everything. So if you get that sort of understanding, then you can say that your systems are observable. Okay. So like it's like very simple thing like how your body reacts to different kinds of diseases or illness. So suppose you have I would say high fever or dengue, then there are a few parameters that you check out and try to understand, like put a thermometer in and trying to figure out like where is the temperature going, is it bad, is it good? Then you try to understand like how is the state of your body right now, and then you diagnose it and then you try to treat it out, right? Same, very similar analogy can be put into our DevOps lifecycle. There is error rate, there is latency, we try to debug it out, we try to put probes to find out what is happening, where is happening, and then we try to debug it out, right? So like this is like a picture I usually show it to people to make it understand and like what is the importance of observability. So when we have or used to have a monolith application, it was just one simple application. We know where to put debugger statements, but with the advent of microservices, there are many services which when they start failing, it's like cascading, and you don't know what to measure, where to measure, how to put the thermometer and where. So that's why like this image became very prominent to me, like now where to put the thermometer in this set of scenarios, right? So out of which, like I would say, distributed tracing was born, where you propagate the context that you have from one service and propagate it down to the database call and give them the result back. So we'll talk more on that terms. First, like the basics is the three pillars of observability. We have been knowing about metrics and logs for like a long time now. We are comfortable with the dashboards and the tools there. So with metrics, we usually see the aggregate and overall level, like how is the system performing overall. But when you have to debug, you have to go down to the log lines to see what actually the log lines of the statements were printing, what exception was it throwing, or whatever thing that was. Now, with tracing and microservices, so we have to propagate the context also, like ID, correlation ID. When the request first hit your load balancer and down to the database calls via services A, B, C, D, and E, then each and every of the events in the spans can be added to the context, and you will know eventually like this series of events happened, and that's why where the bug is. The open source tools that we know about till now is like we have been using Prometheus for metrics, Elastic for logs, and for tracing we have a tool from Uber that's called Jaeger. So now, like I gave you an example, like what happened in a microservices architecture. So for 3-4 microservices and applications, it is still okay and like under your control. But think about when the company goes at the scale of Uber. So this is something like I would say the data flow diagram of a Uber, and one request usually goes through like hundreds of microservices before it gets back to the user. Okay, so it becomes very difficult to debug things then. Like with more microservices, more instances, horizontally scalable, like multiple instances, the same services running on, which upstream or downstream service or dependency is failing. Like you deploy different versions of different microservices in different environments where the new version is failing. Is the error rate going high or low with the new deployment? Like whatever different questions come to your mind. Now I'll give you an introduction, like what is OpenTelemetry and what we are trying to do at Signos. So OpenTelemetry, like the whole system of debugging usually constitutes by a few terms. Like you first generate the data that is needed and can be used later to understand the system, right? The first part is data generation, and the second part is data storage, analysis, and visualization for the betterment. Right? So OpenTelemetry is usually comes at the first place. Like it generates the data. It gives you a set of libraries, toolkits, SDKs, so that you can instrument inside your application and you can send the data to a common and like agnostic or platform agnostic platforms. Right. So OpenTelemetry has all the libraries for different languages, whether it be Java, Golang, Net, or anything, and it has for metrics, traces, and logs and all. Okay. So what are the key features that I want to take out from OpenTelemetry word? That is the only word. If you have to take it out from today's talk, it would be OpenTelemetry and open source. Okay. So it has facilities to enable all the three verticals like traces, metrics, and logs. It has a drop-in replacement. Like you can just include your packages and it will auto instrument your application. So all the endpoints and different client libraries will be auto instrumented. And third is it is open source. It does not depend on any vendor. It's not from any open source vendors like OpenTelemetry vendors. Like if you like the vendor lock-in problem is very common. I will give you an example. Like if company started with using a vendor called Datadog, and as the company scales, the developers added more and more code of Datadog SDKs and libraries into their own applications. Now the company scaled from a team of 10, 12 engineers to 1,000 engineers, and the code base is flooded with Datadog libraries and everything. Right? Now, if you have to remove, like let's say today, the next day your VP of engineering came and wanted to ask you, okay, I have to move out from Datadog because it is very costly, and you have to go to Neuralink or Lightstep, you have to try it out. Then removing all the Datadog stuff from your whole code base becomes very tiresome, and it will delay your growth in the company. Right? So that's why OpenTelemetry is very important. It standardizes the data generation part, and in the backend you can use any of the other vendors if you like. Like it can be Datadog, it can be Neuralink by just switching the config that starts Datadog or Neuralink. A brief about OpenTelemetry collector, that is the basics that has been given by OpenTelemetry itself that collects the first set of data sets. Okay, so it has receivers, processors, and exporters. The receivers can be different X, Y, Z. It can process them, you can change the attributes and do something else, and then it can parallelly export to different storage systems and all. Like even you can export it to Datadog, Neuralink, Signos, or any other tool. Okay, so that's the power of OpenTelemetry. Like it's just so modular, so it can receive a data from Redis receiver, from Stats receiver, or what Nginx receiver, or different protocols, okay? And then it can forward it to different parts. Now we are trying at Signos to be a full stack open source backend for OpenTelemetry. OpenTelemetry generates the data, and then it is up to you where to distribute it and how to analyze it. We are trying to be an open source native backend. Means we store the data, we collect the data, we process the data, and give you a visualization where you can see out and debug your stuff. Right? So we are trying to be natively working on top of OpenTelemetry. So our architecture is something like this, like your applications, app 1, app 2, app 3, you will instrument them with OpenTelemetry, you will write them to OpenTelemetry collector. The collectors, in the collectors, we have written our own exporters that write the data to ClickHouse. And ClickHouse is a database that we use in our backend. It's a slightly different kind of database that we do not use in normal day-to-day life. It's like an OLAP database. So it has analytical capabilities. It has very high ingestion rate, and you can perform aggregations on top of it at a blazing fast rate. So we get the data, we push the data to OpenTelemetry collector. The collector writes to ClickHouse. We have a query service written in Golang that gets the data from ClickHouse and exposes the APIs, which can be read by front end, which is written in React.js to display the different components that we have. So that's a rough idea. And also you can use hot and cold storage while storing the data. You can use S3 to store it for a longer term. And for the most recent data, you can use the disk in ClickHouse, using ClickHouse to get faster responses. So to brief it up, like we have metrics plus traces already in there in a single thing. We'll have logs too in some time. Due to the virtue of the database, you can do some powerful aggregations like what is the P99 percentile of your customer who is like on a bronze plan or silver plan or gold plan. If you're using multiple payment channels, which payment channel is giving you highest error rate? So all these kinds of things you can do. And like it's an open source, so you can install it on your infra and get it started. Yes, I think Prasant will give you more idea about what things we're going to do today.
So we'll be going like a live demo. We'll be showing live demo of how we can monitor the underlying environment in which containers run. Then we'll move on with how applications in container application, like stats, or we can see from using signals. So mainly Ankit mentioned about the receivers of OpenTelemetry. So there are like many dozens or more than a dozen like of receivers, exporters, and processors, which yes, they are OpenTelemetry receivers. So each of them function differently. Like so, first one we have is the host metrics. So whichever environment you have, you're running the OTL collector agent in, it'll get the information from the host system and it'll pass it to the agent, and which would be added to our ClickHouse and which would be used by Signals. So that's like for host metrics. All the host metrics that would be basically the host CPU users, memory users, network IO, disk IO. And next we have is kubelet stats. So kubelet stats would basically pull in like the pod metrics from the API server. So how it internally works is again a different story. It basically uses a metric server which extracts these metrics out of pods using cAdvisor, which would come in like in each nodes, I think so. So that's like a different story on how they do it. But on the overall, like on the higher picture, it's basically pulls in pod metrics using the API server. Next we have Kubernetes cluster, which cluster level metrics from the API server, it again fetches. And next we have Docker stats, which would be getting all the Docker daemons container stats. So for this, we have to do volume mounting of like Docker socket file so that it can fetch all those. So let's go ahead with the demo then. Okay, so. All right, so we have an instance in AWS. Okay, let me just bring it. Okay. Let me just bring it down once, okay? So this is a separate one that I was experimenting with. So. Okay. All right. So I have, so this is our repo. Oh, sorry, this is the, That's for our website. So this is our repo. We are close to like, we are like 6.9K. So we're close to hit 7 now, I think. So first thing what I do is I basically clone the repo to my instance. So I have it like already cloned, Signos. And I go to deploy folder. And how do I install is like just run the install script. And it does the rest. In the end, it basically asks for the email so that you can provide your email ID here. Yep, so that's how easy it is to basically install Signos using the install script. And so it also takes care of, in case your instance doesn't have Docker already installed, so it takes care of all of those. So I can see that I have, okay, it's already running. Stops. Okay, let me stop this so that I can follow through the process again. All right, so for Dockerstat, let's do one thing. So we have hotel collector agents that are running in Signos, and we have two of them. One is like for the getting the data and like passing it to ClickHouse. Other one is for metrics, which we actually use it for internally to get internal metrics such as such as you can see in the screen. So we collect host metrics, and we have like Agar OTLP receivers as well. And if we go to the UI after deploying, so which would be this, right? Endpoint. So we, all right. So after basically deploying Signos, what if you go to the endpoint of the instance with the 3301 port, you'll see the UI. So we'll already have a sample app running, which should show you the metrics about the application. So we have front end, we have customer's application, driver, and router. So application, let's say front end. So you can see all these metrics, P99, 95, P50, latency, request, and we also have external calls count. So this happens by default. So you just have to like instrument an application and send that data to Signos, and this will happen on its own. Apart from this, what we have is the host metrics. So whichever instance you basically install Signos in, by default, we already capture the host metric of that instance. So if you click on this, if you import the dashboard, so this just the import of the dashboard, and you will already have all this. You can generate a dashboard with all these widgets where you can monitor the disk uses, CPU uses, the average CPU load, so network IO, disk IO, all of these things. So this is how easy it is to basically monitor the underlying node or the host. Right. So next, let's get the stat of the containers that are running in the instance. So for that, we will run cAdvisor. So if you see, so this is the command that I got it from the cAdvisor. So this is a project by Google. All right. So I run this. So I think I could remove this. Okay. So I run the cAdvisor. Then what will happen is I'll be able to. So all the container stats, it basically exposed to the machine's ATT port /metrics. Now, so these are the Prometheus metrics. So like previously mentioned, Signos supports whatever OpenTelemetry supports. So we support like Agar, OTLP, and Prometheus. So what we'll do is we'll basically capture the matrix that is exposed by CAdvisor, and we'll plug it into Signos. So to do that, we just have to copy this step here, this one. And open the matrix config and include it here. So I've included here, right? So this 4 lines you just have to include. So using this, we can basically like monitor the CAdvisor metrics. So this can be replaced with any other exporter that you might have. It could be like your Node, MongoDB. You have Node exporter. You can have, let's say, what else is there? As a proxy. So a lot of these metrics that is exposed by various applications, you can plug in here and just start using Signos dashboard and like start plotting charts. So so we have exposed it. So let's go and import a container metrics dashboard. So it should be this. So yeah. So after integrating CAdvisor, what we have is the container memory uses, container CPU uses, the total used memory, used storage, all of these things. So these are basically all of your container metrics and which container are there. So if you hover over, you'll be able to see like CAdvisor. So this is a cached memory user. So if you go, you see memory uses. So you can see which one application uses the most just from the UI here. So this, we haven't done any extra thing. We just integrated, we just imported the dashboard. That's it. It's so simple. Like, all right. So let me actually show you the little demo around metrics and traces. So as I previously mentioned, we have the hot rod application integrated, which sends the and if you go to instrumented application overview, so you can see we already have all of these blogs and docs documentation for instrumenting your application in any of the programming languages or frameworks. But there's actually more to this because OpenTelemetry is mainly like community. So there's a big community which is maintaining various SDKs which supports OpenTelemetry specification. So you can use a lot of them actually, a lot more than this. All right. 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 So what we used is basically the first one I showed you, right? Host metrics. Okay. So this one is captured from the config I showed you here. So here you can see, right? So this is the receivers. So I'll show you the flow of how it works. So we have list of receivers. We have list of processors. So receivers are where we basically expose or basically capture. Yes. And we have processors in between, which basically we have a PAS processor so that we operate in batch, right? To not cause much throttle, right? And we have a span metrics, Prometheus, so using which we basically generated the metrics dashboard that you saw in the home page. And we have exporters. So we have actually 2 of the exporters here. Actually 3, but Prometheus we use it internally. So ClickHouse trace and ClickHouse metrics is what basically captures it and stores it in ClickHouse. So using this exporter, so these are the one which we made it ourselves. These are the exporters, which eventually we'll be merging it back to the main repo. All right. Yes. So no, not this one. So we have 2. Which one? 3? Oh, exporters, you mean? Yes. So for that, what we mentioned is, so we have something called as pipelines. So here you can see pipelines, right? This is like a so how many pipelines you can have? So we have one trace pipeline, which receives from these many. So it's like how many of you have used GitHub Actions? So you have something called as metrics, metrics deployment, right? Metrics strategy. It's exactly similar to that. So we have these two. So any of this source that comes in from the two source it comes, it processes through these, and it passes to the exporter. So it's like many to many, and in between you have multiple processes. Right? Is it clear? Yep. So we have one pipeline for traces. We have another pipeline for the metrics, and we have another one for span metrics, which is used internally. So this is the main hotel. So we have I told you we have two instances of hotel collector. So this is the main one, and other one is the metrics.
So Prashant, I have one question.
Yep.
So actually, I'm writing a blog post on 10 best tips as well as best practices on Spring Boot application.
Right.
And usually I'm able to find out, okay, especially from the Java, if you're coming from the Java world, right? So there are a few of the points which I have seen like number of time in the internet, like, when you go and read a blog, the first thing is, okay, you have to run the Docker container as non-root user, right? The second point would be, okay, automate all the tasks. You don't have to build those, Maven build outside the container, right? You have to build it inside the container.
Mm-hmm.
Then the third is the multi-stage build. Now, there was one interesting use case which I was reading where 90% of the Java application, they say like you need to attach an observability tool when you build such kind of container, right? So one question which I have is, especially for a developer who are building such kind of an application, so Signos could be one of the solution, right? But how are you bundling it? Is it like a separate container which you are running, or what do you recommend for? Because I need to mention that that the application observability is really important. But I'm trying to understand like how, as a Java developers, they are going to bundle it, and then is it like?
Would I take on that?
Yeah, please.
So I'll give you an example. Like as I told you, the data creation and data processing has been separated. So Signal is the backend. Okay. Data creation that actually should be from the inside the application should be managed by OpenTelemetry. Now the real question is, how does OpenTelemetry do it? Okay. For most of the automatic metrics and traces that we usually use, you need to add a Java agent in your run command. That's all. OpenTelemetry provides a Java file that you can add as an agent alongside your application Java file that developer has. So there has to be no touching of like a Java file that is already there. Okay. So that's the first step. But if an application developer decided to go deeper into generating different kinds of telemetry data that is not as default and wants something custom, so they will have to include the libraries of OpenTelemetry, they will instrument it, and they will have like a general build process. Right? So the first one, for all the default traces and default metrics like grid metrics, so everything is automatic, you just need to add an OpenTelemetry jar file.
Yeah, I think in this talk, right, I would say since now I'm working very closely with the developers, right? I think whenever we present such kind of, what I'm thinking about is, usually we start with Signos or OpenTelemetry, right? I would say it would be best if we can start with some kind of, say, best practices, say for the Java developers. Now these are the best practices, and because this is very less talk. If you look at all the resources which is available over the internet, they talk about multi-stage build. They talk about, okay, you need to pick up, okay, the Eclipse, because Java 11 doesn't support they don't have a GRE Docker images, right? So you can pick up the Eclipse. But I think one thing which they ignore is the observability tool. And that has, I have seen few of the white papers where they are captured that we need to go ahead, because sometimes what happens, when you have, say, I was working in one of the application called To-Do List, and when you shut it down, so that is not a graceful shutdown, and you will never know what crashed, right, in the Java, right? So that was one of the best practices, and I think Signos fit in that world where you attach an observability into your application and then you monitor what is happening.
Right.
So maybe that could flow is first you talk about the pain point, and then you bring the signals rather than directly jumping into the signals, then I think the developer will understand the value.
Right. So I would say give an example of the common problems that developer face in debugging, like going to the scenarios and then showing like how it will help.
Yes.
You can debug it using signals and open telemetry.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's a nice way to do it. We should be doing it from the next day.
Yeah, I think that is because this I completely look at not a DevOps tool, but a developer tool.
Okay.
And when you connect this story, right, when you solve the pain point of developer, I think that is the way you are attacking to that particular solution, right?
That's interesting. So we also thought of doing some RC case studies, like root cause analysis if something is going wrong somewhere or there.
Correct.
Right.
Pick up any programming language.
Right.
And then you talk about the best practices and what problem you are trying to solve, and then you connect the story of signals. I think that will make sense.
That will also be like a very good topic.
Yeah, nice.
Thanks.
We'll consider that as well. We actually have like a blog tutorial on JVM, but I think if someone is interested, like they can try it as well. Okay, coming back to this. So as I was mentioning, like about including a new Prometheus config, scrape config for the C eraser. So we do it in the metrics component. So that is another instance of the hotel collector. And it goes how it works is similar to like previous one. So we have a pipeline metrics which sends data to ClickHouse metrics, right? All right. So that's actually like what is basically covers about the Docker monitoring Docker containers and the host metrics. Yeah. So let me actually show you the demo actually. Like so what most of the tools out there in the market basically is like they have the separate tool like an integration and the UI for the metrics, and they're separate one for traces, separate one for logs. So for signals, using signals, what happens is like you have a correlated metrics and traces. So for example, so we have front end here, and you can see application latency basically went high here. So you can click on here, you can go to traces. So from the metrics page, you would basically like instantly you're moved like you're taken to the traces page with that related to that whatever application latency like so you can monitor it better. So you can open any of the traces and you can basically evaluate what might have gone wrong, right? So also we have support for basically resource hotel resource attributes. So if you basically pass the resource attribute environments, you should be able to access it and filter it via that. So this is like, I think this is like overall covers about Docker container monitoring and the host metrics. But what about the Kubernetes? So Kubernetes, I think we can like quickly see how we can go about that. So I have a local kind server running. What I do is basically Helm install. Okay, so I think create NS. Platforms have to create the namespace first, create Helm install. Okay, so I think, okay, let me go back to this. We basically can monitor is the like pod level metrics, which would be new, I think. And we can also have like the containers metrics that's related to Kubernetes. For example, how much resources was supposed to be allocated, like how much is the resource request, how much is the request limits, and what's the actual metrics that's being used by the containers. So those things we can monitor using this chart. Using this dashboard here that we can import now afterwards. So this is basically already covered in detail in Kubernetes infra metrics. So if anyone of you is interested, like you can actually go through this. And also we recently released a blog regarding the same. So it's like Kubernetes monitoring with open source tools. So this actually is very in depth if you guys are into it. So yeah, so this should take around a minute or two. So
we can do Q&A by the time if you have any questions.
Yes, actually, yeah.
What did you add for exporting data?
Yes, yes. So, so by default, what we install is like in case of Docker, we have hot rod application, which is, if you see, it's by Ego. This is one of the example application. So what OpenTelemetry supports is Ego, OTLP, Prometheus. Like, so we can actually plug in from any source. So you can have like any of the tools, like, in place, and you can send data to OpenTelemetry. So using this example, we send the data to the OpenTelemetry agent, and from there we send it to ClickHouse.
I think you're more interested like what to do in your application so that you can generate that kind of data, right?
What developers do?
Yes.
Yes.
So as I give an example for Java, like you just have to put a jar from OpenTelemetry before the run command. That's all that you need to do. For Python also, everything is almost automatic. Just like a few set of run commands that you need to change. Install OpenTelemetry packages, like change if you're a Python developer, then you will have to add a few packages in your requirement.txt, like 3-4 packages, and you just have to change your run command. By changing, I mean you need to add OpenTelemetry instrument XYZ and endpoint where you want to send the data to. That's all that via the environment variables. That's all you need to do. In Node.js also, like very similar configuration, like 3-4 lines of change inside your package.json or your requirement.txt, whatever it is, and changing the run command. That's all you need.
So you can see here, like for the Java, right? So you just have to download the jar, and you have to set the environment variables. So saying where exactly you want to send the data to. So we actually generate like OTLP format, which so you basically change that to IPF signals, and OTLP data, whatever is generated, it's sent there. And you have like resource attributes which would be utilized in the UI. So to basically filter, and you can have namespaces to basically separate your dev environment, staging environment, production. So all those things comes under resource attributes, like any tag.
Can you go to the right? Like yes,
Yes.
this is the Java agent that I was talking about. Like download the OpenTelemetry jar, and that's all you need to specify it.
So if we are building a jar inside a container,
Yes.
usually when we create a Docker file, what we do, we basically copy it in some target location, right?
Yeah, but multi-stage, right? So yeah, one stage.
Multi-stage. So, but the recommendation is, okay, you build something using a Docker file itself. So rather than just in a Docker file copying it, I am building it inside a container.
Right, right.
So do you have any example which shows that?
I don't
I
think.
don't think so. Like
Yeah. But
So you understood, right?
yes, yes.
So usually what happens, you say, I'm taking an example of Spring Boot. It's an initializer. You download it, right? And you unzip it. After that, you run the Maven. Say I'm using a Maven, right? And I'm just going and say npm dev2.
like these are the lines in your Docker file.
Yes.
Yes, I think I understand your problem. So what you're saying is people build in their machine or something. The build environment is different, and they.
Jar file is the build.
That's
Jar
right.
is built outside the container.
That's wrong.
Okay.
Okay, because they say.
Yeah,
Right.
they build outside, and then in the Docker file, what they do, they usually copy
the
Right, right.
So say if I am building inside a Docker container, then how does the
Nothing changes much. Like like there's a jar that you can download. Either download it on a laptop, or you can wget inside your Docker file. Like you can run a series of run commands, right? But download it there, and while the build step only, and just like it will add a couple of lines only in the Docker file. So it can be either way, like you add it to, like the jar is there, you either copy it from your laptop or you download it in the Docker while Docker builds.
I think you're talking about like the jar that is built by the application itself, rather than the OpenTelemetry jar.
no, very simple jar I'm saying.
Right. Yeah, we're not building it, so that's why we have to like basically copy this, yeah, or download like so this one.
Copy or download, right?
But the application one, like you said, we can build in the multi-stage build like inside Docker. So I think we can have a like next blog or some docs around that same. So I think so our Kubernetes cluster is ready. So we can go about port forwarding. So we should be able to see. Okay. So let's create an account. Okay, let's give this.
By the way, you have RBAC controls now, like you can add your team members with your permissions, editor permissions, or admin permissions.
Yeah, that actually recently introduced all of those. So we have support for various level of like access, viewer, admin, and editor. So you can invite more people here. Isn't that? So this is actually powered by Kubernetes cluster. So let's import some of the dashboard, which makes sense for Kubernetes. So let's go down. Right. Okay, actually, yeah, let's go through this. So we have another repo called hotel collector, which like previously I mentioned about the same. So DM hotel collector. So basically, so in that repo, I basically modified the endpoint that's supposed to be to the cluster endpoint, which is the release, the name of the service, .platform, .this. So it's like, so what I do is I just do go here and click apply. Okay. So what this repo basically does is, right. So it monitors a couple of things. So for each of the Kubernetes node that's running, it monitors the host metrics, it monitors the kubelet stats, and it basically attaches it basically detects like from where it's coming. So we have resource detectors in place from the ENV, from the EKS or EC2. So all the labels that are present for the instance, will attach it during the processor here, resource detection process, and it sends it to OTLP. So which is basically another Signos OTLP, right, as a receiver. So we have two instances of hotel collector in place. So from the source hotel collector, it sends to Signos hotel collector. From there, it goes to ClickHouse. All right. So yeah, we have host metrics, kubelet stats, two processors, and OTLP expose here. So this is one. Other one we have is for the Kubernetes cluster. So it's basically for ready or the memory pressure, right? So this is like a node metrics. So I think we can go ahead and import the matrix dashboard here. Okay, so this localhost basically I'm able to access because I have like port forwarded here. So let's go and import the dashboard. Okay, so I think it should. It's basically like a query. How it works is it takes the average out. Yeah, we should be able to see it in some time. Yeah, there's no data yet, so I think it's going to take some time to basically show it.
That's okay. They get the concept. Like it will come out in some time. Do you have any already running Kubernetes?
I don't actually. So let's say.
That's okay. They get the point.
Right. So basically, like using this pre-built dashboard, what you can monitor is what is the CPU request and limits that are CPU or memories request or limit assigned, and how much of the actual uses. So it's actually loading because so CPU utilization takes some time because we have the average query. So average 5. Okay, let me change that to 2, I think. So yeah. So you can see like how much is used, and you can see 143 MB is used by ClickHouse container, and how much was assigned to it. You can see using the limits and requests. So I think that covers about monitoring Docker as well as Kubernetes. So coming back to this.
One question, Signos, like whatever the services which you have, are they supported in Apple chip, Apple architecture?
Yes, they are. So we actually had to go extra steps to do that. So you can see our documentation side, right? We have documentation specific for this. We have a different YAML for ARM, which I think will be changing down the line because what we mainly rely on is why for this is ClickHouse. So ClickHouse before they didn't have official version of ARM image. So now they moved out of Index. So it was previously called Index is a Russian company. So after the war, they actually moved out. So yeah, they started building multi-stage build for ClickHouse. So from the next after upgrade, ClickHouse upgrade, which we'll be doing I think in a couple of weeks or so. Then it will change. It will be a single documentation which supports both M1 chip, ARM and AMD.
I think that will be important, like for Docker desktop team, like if those who are trying it out in laptop, right?
That is one thing. Because now, as a best practices, what we recommend is whenever you build any Docker image, you have to build it for multiple platforms.
Yes.
Right.
That is the reason. Because this is one problem, right? I was working with, as I said, I was working with one of the colleagues and built an application, and he had the M1, right? And he was trying it out, and it was not working at all. Which means that whenever he has to build, he has to specify the platform and all this thing.
I think recently we had similar issue with Docker Hub. So we had actually built okay, I think it's spelling is this. So the image we had built example images for people to try out in the docs. What we had said is use this image, but we had built it for AMD, and people was some of the user was trying in their M1, so it didn't support that. So what it did is he made the changes to Docker file to support both of the architectures. So now you can see we have AMD and ARM for the same. Also for rest of the components, I think we can see query service. We have actually a couple of components in which we don't. We have to actually migrate that. After that, we can officially be ARM supported, monitoring platform.
So is it something which we can run on IoT device like Raspberry Pi and all?
Not yet.
But it should be because it's small enough to get started on Raspberry Pi. But we have not tested it on Raspberry Pi, but it should be. Going forward, it should be able to. ClickHouse can run even on a mobile phone. I've heard. They can do it.
Right. So you might be wondering how do we get involved, because we have community, open source community also involved, and we get pull requests from a lot of them actually. So you can join the Slack using this link here. This is our official repo. And so you can see any of the issues that you're interested to contribute to. You'll see good first issue, which very beginner friendly for you guys to try it out. And we primarily have React, TypeScript, and Go. So our backend is in Go. We have React and TypeScript frontend. And if you guys are DevOps engineer and want to contribute to the deployment files, so we also have deploy folder inside this. And we have a Helm chart in charts repo.
This is one of the asks that we usually do when it comes to the talk to the community. As a building infrastructure tool from India, a great help from all of you. If you can help in finding out the bugs, doing performance testing, or giving feedback even on the product, and if most of you must be worrying about the monitoring and observability needs. So any sort of help in those regards will be very helpful in doing this fastly.
Right. So yeah, that's how we'll be wrapping it now. It's thank you guys for being a wonderful audience.
So yeah, and what I work is mostly related to DevOps work, right? And I'm currently studying in Shrivari University, and I also have the waiver in Python. If you guys are aware of that. So Python is like a premium Python conference in India. So I have represented talk on Fast API, and previously I have given a talk on PHP Parser. So yeah, so that's a bit about my background. So just set it up. Just set it up actually. So just with a show of hands, how many of you have made an attempt to make two container interact with each other? Okay, so can I have a show of hands? Like how many of you did try with it? Made two connect with two containers, right? So you have done it. Great. Like what about others? Have you tried it? Yeah. Yeah, you tried. Okay. So in a Docker, we have an interesting thing, right? So we have something called network drivers. In that, if you go to there, in the network drivers, we have a lot of things. Then we have a null, basically none, and then we have Mac VLAN, then we have host, then we have bridge. So to explain you, I actually want to run the slides, but later. So these are 5 different types of network drivers which are available in Docker, right? So by default, like suppose if any person enter this room, right? Any person enter this room. So will that person be like, he can communicate with any person right here. He can just talk to the any. So such is a container, okay? If you start a container by default, what happens is that if in this room, we can all assume ourselves to be a container. And that container can talk with any other container. So this is a default mode, bridge mode in the Docker. That's a thing. So this is the first way how the containers talk to each. Okay. I actually wanted to, yeah. So
when you say container port are not open. You have to open the port to talk to other containers.
Yeah.
But you say that each container can talk to other containers. Without a port, it cannot talk.
I'm talking about like, see, by default, Docker provide a default bridge network to a container. So by default, if
you have to enable and open the port to do that.
Yeah. So by default, the bridge is provided, and through this bridge, all the containers by default, if you just run the simple command, by default, all these containers can talk to each other. So in the first attempt, I am going to try, like this is 2 containers here. So we are going to try to make them communicate with each other. So yeah, we have this container who cannot talk to his friend. So moving ahead, there are 2 ways actually to make the networking happen in the Docker. The first way is obviously the networking side we know, and the second way is the sharing of files. If you might be aware, we have the thing called have you heard about the mount and the volume one, right? Yeah. So in that, what happened is that we can have some shared files. What we can do is that these containers can read and write from the same files, right? So this is a way the containers can talk to each other, but this way is actually not usually recommended, right? Because we do not want we are already advanced in the networking. Why to use the files just to talk with the containers? So yeah. So these are the few networking terms I wanted to introduce, but yeah. So just to have a these will be using this. There's a thing network namespace. These are used for setting up containers. These network namespace, right? They provide has their own IP addresses, routing table, and such. Okay, so you can keep it at like it's used for the IP address thing. We have the veth pair. The veth pair here is very important. Okay, it acts as a tunnel to create a bridge between to another network space. So this veth pair is actually very important just to connect our 2 containers. And then we have the IP tables. This IP table is used for port mapping. Okay. So as I was talking about the how the containers talk to this is another way I was explaining. Like you can have the volume talking to the files, right? So as we know that EMP is like, if you want a persistent data connection, like a persistent data in the sense that if you want your container to talk to the files, what you can do is that you can so for the, you can have some the default directory which is provided by the Docker, or you can either use the Docker volume, right? So moving ahead, yeah, why do I just want to explain like why there is a need for the container? What is the difference between a virtual machine and a container? Like anyone, just like this only. Can have some anyone talk about like why we are using container? What was the thing which was available in my virtual machine but not there in the container? So anyone? Yeah, yeah. Definitely. So that's a thing. So in this virtual machine, the thing was that when you go to the networking side, right? There is one more important thing. We have this called what they provide simulate hardware interface, right? So in the virtual machine, they simulate the hardware interface, but the design of the container is such that it is used actually just for running our application. It does not know about networking side, right? A container is not about, but the virtual machine has the ability to simulate a physical hardware using like it has a virtual network interface, and it can be used to talk to. So as we were progressing towards if you saw in the first slide, we had some servers, and that servers we had some routing, as you saw the routing thing, right? We had some in that server, like they were communicating with each other through some switches there, servers there. So that was a traditional way back in I don't know how much back, but I guess all the software developers here must be aware that how the communication were happening back then and how we evolved. Then came the virtual machine era. In the virtual machine era, we had this we were using the physical the simulated hardware interface. Yeah. So that was the thing. So there was a need to introduce like container networking standard. Okay. So when I talk about this, right, there's a thing. Okay, I will come up with it. So this is a container networking model, right? So Docker, if you go here, so this we have a container here. The container has its endpoint. This endpoint is connected to the networks here, and yeah, that's how it's go. Like there are a lot of technical terms here, but what I wanted to say is that the networking part of the Docker was not in like the container runtime in the engine. It was not included in that, and there was a particular reason, because we want to develop there was some policy requirements. In the policy requirements, it was such that some people wanted to connect from one Docker host to another Docker host. Some people wanted to, like, they wanted certain kind of only they want security in that, right? So there was a need for that, and that's how the container networking model evolved. Now there is a lot of argument between going on why Docker adopted the CNA model and not the CNA. So you can do your own Google research, and you can like that's an argument for different. Like everyone is right here. I'm not here to blame, but yeah. So a little bit here. So there's a lot of things which is happening on the network side of the Docker, right? So network controller here provides the entry point. Okay, so just a bit of information. The lib network is actually the implementation, like it is used for the container networking model, which is the Docker one which it uses, right? So we'll go ahead, and it provides an entry point for all the simple APIs for the user to allocate and manage networks. Okay, driver is like the actual network implementation. Now the sandbox, if you see here, the sandbox we have, it is used for represent containers network IP address, okay, MAC address, routes, and DNS entries, and IPM drivers provide private IP address. So we will talk about the bridge network here. So what these IPM drivers do is that they provide container with their own private IP addresses, right? So I will come to this slide later also. So I think so we get the need why there is a need of a container networking model. So is everyone like getting the point, like why do we need the container networking model? Or like should what do you think? It should have been included with the container, like the run engine, or it should have been separated? What's your thought on it? I just want to have a quick thought. Anyone? separated would be better, right? Because yeah.
And if there is any more issues or loopholes in that, it will be easier to remove that flaws in
Yeah.
the model, networking model.
That's a very any other security specific. Yeah, so these were the reasons, like the networking was not part of this thing, and Docker went with the container networking model, and that's how it started. So just a like I have already done this on a terminal. I'm not going to go through the whole demonstration over here. So what I have done over the terminal, like is it visible? Yeah. So first of all, I have created a bridge like right, used a bridge driver, and I have created a network called web server. So I guess it's second. Okay, so this I've created a bridge, and it got network ID which is assigned to it. So when I inspect the web server here, so I create a web server name and network with the name web server, and it has a driver with a driver bridge, right? And right now, when I created this one, it has no container attached to it. Okay, so first I will pull two, like I have like I will pull up the nginx and I will pull the Alpine, right? Simple to see. And the next, I will make them join a network, which is the web server over here, right? And when I make them join the network, what we can see over here is that they, after I inspect it, right? As you can see, after the Docker inspect web server, these containers attached to it. You can see it, a container, client, and server, right? These two containers are now attached to a web server. So earlier you used to see like there was no container which was attached to the web server, but after this, after running this command, like after adding it to the web server, it's like attached. Now the thing is that yeah.
We don't really have to specify the bridge.
Yeah.
By default.
By default, it's so. I will come to it later also. Like why by default is where to use the by default one and when to use a user defined network bridge, right? So these are the okay. If as sir has mentioned, okay, there are two things. Okay, as I said that if a person enters this room, he will able to hear me, right? And if like these two people enter, now they will be able to hear my conversation. Do you think it's a good practice that if anyone enters this room, they can hear my conversation? I think it's not a good security practice that we allow. I'm not nothing to do with. I'm just taking an example. Okay, so it's not a good practice to allow. Okay, so if anyone joins this room, what's the meaning? Where's the security here, right? So then comes the user-defined bridge. So in the user-defined bridge, what we do is that we create our own bridge similar to the default bridge, but we make it very specific. We don't allow, not blaming you guys. We don't allow anyone, like we only, for example, I wanted these two containers, like I wanted my client and server to be there in the network. I do not want any other to join this, right? So I think so it's a good practice that we use a user-defined bridge and instead of a default. Although I will talk about the benefits and where, when we talk about the Docker networking, it's very confusing. Okay, you can say that you can get stuck like which network should I use, when should I use host, when should I use the default network bridge, when should I use the user-defined, then when should I use the MAC VLAN. So these are the different terms. Okay, again, the purpose of this talk is it's just to get you hyped up that these things exist in the Docker and to make your application communicate more well to each other. Even if you're heading towards the load balancing side, this is the perfect start to your Docker networking journey, right? So as we have seen over here, I have created it's a user-defined bridge network as a source here. And after this, I go to the inside the client server and try to put up a curl request here, okay, with a server of 8. So as you can see, now we can definitely go to the nginx, right? As you can see, we have a perfect output over here for the nginx. So yeah, so that was the thing about going ahead. So okay, just to give you a brief overview of what is it. Okay, so this is a bridge. When you run this command, all these Docker bridges automatically, as I said. The none is like the black hole. Okay, I call it like you make your container that no one can access it. no, like this container is sitting here idly. It has no access to any other container outside it. And the host one, I will talk about. The host is like, suppose in this, have you used the -p command in the Docker? How many of you used it? -p command, right? You must have done the network port mapping, right? In the network mapping, you might have done like this 80 port of this, like we'll listen to this. So in the host, what it happens is that you do not have to do it, right? You just when you run this 5000 will directly get attached to the host network port, right? So that thing, this host was introduced later. Okay, previous phase it was different to do it, but this host was introduced later, and now, but there is a one fault with this. Okay, what if there are two container with the same port? What do you think will happen in the host one? This, for example, let's assume that there is another container which is running on port 5000. What do you think will happen? Will it run, or there will be a conflict? Any answers? There will be a conflict. So that's a thing about like there will be a, so we cannot use host in that. But so you might be asking like, what is the benefit here of using the host? Okay, so the first benefit is that, okay, you get a good speed. Well, like as you can know that we are not, it does not has to go to the this, like mapping is not there, so instead directly connected to the host. The speed is definitely one thing which you are looking at. Okay, so that's the thing. But the cons here is that there can be a port conflicts, and you have to take care of that. Okay, so I guess you guys are pretty much getting an idea about the bridge, none. Yeah, everyone back? Good. You said okay. So yeah, so these were the three. But let's go ahead. The bridge network, as I said, that yeah. Sure. Which one exactly?
You have IP address defined in Docker 0, right? All the IP address. From where it is getting all those IP address?
So this IP address thing is taken care by the, as I explained in the networking, this term, right? It creates a, whenever there is a container which is created, there's a namespace which is creating, there is a vth pair which is adding. So as you can see, in all this process, like the this IPM drivers as well, which provide container with the private IP addresses, like as I mentioned over here, the IP driver, IPAM driver, it provides a the container with its own IP address which can communicate. Okay, so that's it's more of a kind of a networking mostly. And talking about like the bridge, do you think these two containers on a different host like do you think these two containers can communicate with each other? This like the B container can communicate with the C container, or like A container can? No, right? Because the containers on different bridge cannot communicate with each other. Like A and B cannot communicate, C and D cannot communicate. So that's the problem we are facing here, right? Containers on different bridge cannot communicate with each other. That was so you get, so network, as I explained you, the container network model. Okay, initially, let's say it started on exposing the port of a single container. Like, okay, imagine you are developing a container, okay, in a net, and you're thinking like, what are the possibilities which can exist? What are the different user requirements out there in the industry? So it was a very good idea that they separated it, and through via which we can have, even third-party plugins we can have. So yeah, so now there is another need here. That these are two different hosts. Now they need to talk to each other. How will we make this happen? Yeah, but there is this is on a different host. Yeah, I'm coming to the part later. How there is one other thing called overlay networks. So I'll come to that. So it's just an example, like let's skip this. Okay. So yeah, just a bit about I think as I explained, the bridge is created by the bridge driver for the pre-built, and network is called. Every container is connected to a bridge via vth pair. Okay, this vth pair, I explained it earlier. It's used to connect two different network namespace, right? Like it creates a tunnel between this and this. Okay, and it provides external assets required port mapping for all the port mappings and all. So this V8 pair is very important. It's kind of a Linux term, and much of the things which Docker adopted in the networking side was from the Linux, right? So it would be for the other Linux developers, it will be like, yeah, they could understand it. So okay, let's skip. I think so. Host is very clear to you all. I will try to wind it up because I think so. Now I just explained you the overlay networks. Okay, I think so. I needed to explain. Okay, now imagine there is two castles. Okay, these two castles are separated from each other. How can they communicate? And I think so. You already got the answer, but still we can have some new ideas. It will be better to have a new idea. So imagine there is two castles, and this is like a water which is filled, and right, and there are crocodiles in the water. How can these two castles? This is the east and this is the west castle. How can these two castles communicate with each other? Anyone? We can have new ideas. I know that you saw the image of a pigeon, but we can have some new ideas as well. Sign language, definitely we can have some sign languages kind of stuff. Yeah. So as you remember, you saw the slides where there were two different Docker hosts, right? So imagine this. This is the same thing. We have a Docker host 1, we have a Docker host 2, and these we want them to communicate. But there are what we can. Sign language is one thing, but we can have some pigeon which is flying, which is taking a message from the castle 1 and going to the castle. Okay, king, here's your message. Take it. So yeah, so that's the thing. That's how in the overlay network we'll study about. The overlay network implement a similar kind of thing. Okay. So moving ahead. So what overlay network does is that suppose we have a different host, it creates another bridge inside, and this bridge is responsible for communication. Now every container which is connected to this bridge can communicate with another container which like this, right? So right now we have this overlay network here, and we have these IP addresses assigned. So yeah, that's a so this overlay network. Okay, we'll go in depth how it goes. But this overlay network assign a unique private address. It already that a container already gets a private IP address. If you went to the terminal, if I want. So if you go over here, like every container gets its own IP addresses, right? So we know that. But here in the overlay network, what happens is that there is another IP address which is assigned to it and which is used for the internal private. So it's like we already have it's like an internal conversation which is happening between two different Docker hosts, and the overlay network is responsible for that. It's mostly okay. So another thing here, over here we have a VXLAN. So we have different technologies which are implemented to make this overlay network work. So if you want to be, well, it's more like a networking terms, like overlay network has this VTEP. VTEP is the endpoint on the two side of, like there is a endpoint here, and the communication happens here. So overlay network use VXLAN to build network. Okay, so the VXLAN is created through underlay networks. Okay, it's more of a networking side. The underlay network, I wanted to go in, but it's another 40 minutes of lecture. I don't want you to guys go to that. But I hope you're getting the point why we use the overlay network, right? We are understanding, let's understand that we have two different Docker hosts and we want them to communicate with each other. The goal, again, the goal of the talk is to make you more excited about the networking side, and I want you to explore different possibilities. I want you to build different applications on different hosts and then try to communicate with each other. Because then you are actually doing something, right? Because let's say that even I can, like, basically I built a website, database. I'm not able to scale it. I'm not able to meet up the demands. You need to know this, how they interact with each other. Then only you will understand the complexity and how the networking happens. Because earlier, so what happened is that earlier we used to have some servers and all. These servers were responsible for the connections thing, right? But then we moved to the VMware. VMware, as I explained, they already had it. But when we are moving to the Docker, why forget the networking? Because as we are moving, we need to understand that the networking is a part of the Docker. And as a Docker developer, you need to make sure you get at least a good idea that how the networking is happening, right? So as I explained, so this VTAP, this performs encapsulation and decapsulation, and it exists in the Docker host space, right? Okay, just a couple of minutes. So yeah, ingress network. Okay, I wanted to explain about this. So ingress everyone clear with the overlay networks, right? Having a good idea about the whole networks. At least you got the idea that we can have the two different Docker hosts talk to each other, right? So in the Docker, do you know that we also have the concept of load balancing here? How many of you have the idea that we have the concept of load balancing in the Docker? Okay, so we do have the concept of load balancing, and it by default comes with it. Like with the overlay networks, you already get this load balancer in this, and you do not have to do anything, right? Because let's say that the load balancer, as the name suggests, what it does, can anyone balance the load, right? So if there is a high, there's a huge load on this this one, the node 1, it can shift it to the other node, right? So by default, this comes in the Docker, right? And you might want to give it a try. So yeah. So and okay, last there is a Mac VLAN network. So this is you will not mostly encounter it. Okay, the most of the networks which you will encounter while working with the Docker is the host, okay, the default and the user defined bridge, okay, and the ingress network, which is very important, which is like if you want to know more about the load balancing side of the Docker, I would definitely say that please go to the overlay networks and try to understand like how it works, the internet technology. Like I just want to explain it, but it's again in the networking terms, right? You know, when I talk about the overlay networks, I have to talk about the underlay networks. And when I talk about the underlay networks, VLX tunnel, VTAP, what is encapsulation, decapsulation, you know, getting the idea like in the networking side what it happens. So just to give you you know, all these when people ask like how do I start my Docker networking journey, so the right start would be to start with the you know, basically go back to back, like what was the problem which we faced earlier time, okay, how the virtual machine solved it, how the Docker will do it, how the Docker will solve a problem. So this was the thing. And Mac VLAN, as Mac VLAN, it does nothing. We know that every container gets its IP address, right? But in the virtual machine, we had the concept of MAC address. If it's like virtual network, and there was a virtual network interface card, right? And this card was responsible for providing a MAC address to the virtual machine, right? So this MAC address, as soon as we came with the Docker technology, this MAC address, this Mac VLAN, it does nothing, but it gives the MAC ID to your Docker container, but making it look like it can be a VM machine or such. So yeah, that's it there. So do we have any, like I will try to wrap it, but okay, that's done, I guess. So thank you, everyone. So I guess any questions we have? I know you all might be tired, but just to give you a roadmap, I suggest everyone to start with the Docker journey. You can get familiar with the Linux networking terms. You know, we can start with the IP tables, routing map, route. It's really good for you to understand this basic terminology, right? How the V8 works, the Ethernet works, how the switch works. So you know, if you're venturing into the networking side, you need to understand these basic terminology and then go ahead. Okay. So thank you, everyone. Like, yeah, I know it's 5 o'clock. So thank you, everyone. We had a wonderful session today. Great line of speakers. I think this would be the first offline meetup for our Docker community after so much time. So usually I tell you, like, what happens is when we interact with the online, right, we do not know if the people are paying attention or not. We are not engaging this lively as we are talking here right now. I know that there are so many years listening to me right now, you know, and right.
Thank you and appreciate for traveling from Mumbai.
Yeah, I wanted to explore. Like, it's my first time in Bangalore, so yeah. Anyone has good suggestion? Where should I explore? Can please give me some.
Hope you are not complaining about traffic.
No, we have traffic in Mumbai as well.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy Bangalore.